Morning. Morning. What's up, everybody? What's going on? What's going on? What's happening here? Why am I seeing the ERP again? What's going on? What's going on? Chill. Where's my phone at? How's everybody doing? Oh, put this away too. How are you? Pretty good. I'm pretty good. Yo, what's up, Ramen? Saw you in Leno's stream yesterday. You know? What's up? What's up? I'm good, though. So I have a dream about you. Do I want to hear about this dream or no? We got a tier list today. Get excited. Yeah, he was. How many push-ups did Leno end up having to do? I want to build 2 little caskets and give them a proper burial. Guys, play that YouTube link. What YouTube link? What YouTube link? What YouTube link? 65? Jesus. Oh, here it is. I moved my stream deck, so I'm like off.
I can pole dance better than half those women. Good Lord, son, there should be a mandatory retirement age for strippers.
You see, I got cornered by Robin last night.
I feel like he's in everything.
My own arm to get away.
Oh, that poor woman has
30 sub. Damn.
Tits. Damn depressing.
Right? Yeah, they're like the Notebook sad.
Tits are like coming home from school and finding out that your old man ran over your cat sad.
Mournful. She has more.
What show is this?
They're like 2 suicides.
I've never seen this one.
Those things are like a little kid with progeria cracking all his ribs trying to catch a Nerf ball. Just sad. Damn it, she has gloomy tits.
It's like she put $1 worth of change into some old socks and then taped them.
Venture Bros is funny. I've never seen it.
Little caskets and give her tits
Saw the Taj Mahal today. Saw. How was it?
Killed wasps. Locking on and in pursuit.
Disengage, Septon. Disengage.
Just got spanked. What's going on?
This is a code white operation. We're all buddies on this one.
Snake Spider, this is Control. You are cleared for landing. Over.
Copy, Control.
Like, damn, she's the worst.
How's your golf game, Samson?
Venture Bros was one of my favorite Adult Swim shows. When did it come out? Is it still going? I've never heard of it. It looks funny, though. So beautiful. I can't believe humanity can develop something so beautiful. Jeez, man. I know that's got to be cool to see in person. I've only seen pictures. Before. Yo, B-Man's in here early today, bro. What's up, Bean? Our Bean Redemption. Yo, we got an early Bean Man. Always good. Early gas, had to get it out early. Had to get that out early. Yeah, he was really early. Usually he's not here till like 11:30, 12. Great way to start the Friday. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Y'all doing anything? Anyone doing anything for St. Patrick's Day? I'm not. I'm just chilling. Watching the tournament. Even though the tournament's not great. I'm not going to lie to you. It's not great. It's St. Patty's Day? Yeah, I found that's why I'm wearing my green hoodie today. Yo, you want a fun fact about St. Patrick's Day? I do. I know St. Patrick's Day has to be hell in your area since the spring breakers are already there. Doc is in the fucking house. Yo, happy Friday, Doc. How are you? Let's go. How's it going? I'm in bed naked, so I'm not wearing green. Pinch me. That's your pinch. Mexicans love St. Patrick's Day and celebrate it in Mexico. That's cool. That's cool. I'm not really doing nothing for St. Patrick's Day today, to be honest with you. Well, I'm done for the day. But this is coming soon. We got our tier list. Get ready. Get ready. I've got it loaded. We've got good categories. And we don't have it's not too long a list like that chips list was. This one should be A-okay. Oh God, yeah. We got candy today. Legendary fam, legendary. Happy Friday. Happy St. Patrick's Day. I knew you were going to slay the fucking stream today. You know it, Doc. You know it. Congratulations on 300. Congratulations on 300. Love this stream, man. I always watch you at work. Keep doing your thing and always stay true to yourself. Yo! Bean Man! Yo! You are a legend. And we love you, Bean Man. I appreciate you, man. For real. I really do appreciate you. I literally look forward to the Bean Man redemption every day. And I appreciate you for real. That means a lot. Thank you for watching, man. Seriously. Here's the story. Also known as the San Patricios. The group consisted largely of Irish natives who defected from the U.S. Army during the 1846-48 Mexican-American War. Fought over disputed boundaries in the American annexation of Texas. Accounts differ as to the exact number of San Patricios, but it likely exceeded 200 at the group's peak. That's cool. Mints aren't candy, and I will die on this hill. I was curious about that too.
Apocalypse 420 gifted
Yo,
9,000.
Thanks for gifting being a sub, Apocalypse. I appreciate you.
Apocalypse 420 gifted
Thank
a
you.
tier 1 sub to Binma 9,116.
Thank you.
They have given 21 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you. Nah, Apocalypse. Mints are torture disguised as candy. You know what's funny? Yo, thanks for the bits. Thank you. I couldn't miss my chance to gift the legendary Bean. Yo, Bean is a legend for real. Yo, Doc Strange, thanks for the bits. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. You know what's funny about mints? I, until last year, enjoyed mints. Yo, Doc, thank you for the bits. You're spoiling me. You're spoiling me too much. I feel too spoiled already. Thank you so much. Thank you. I, until last year, enjoyed mints. But what ruined mints for me is... Yo, Doc, thanks for the sub. Thank you. Yo, what's going on this morning? Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That is our highest sub count ever. We're back. Let's go, baby. Every 100 bits is a 3-second twerk session. Whoa. Whoa. Yo, what's good, Reg? You absolutely legend of a human being. No, you, Doc. You're the legend. You are the legend here. You know? Got some twerking to catch up on now. Yeah, like, we got some bits, huh? 5 off 69 is nice, I'm saying. Did your sub count rise? It did. What did I say? Oh, until last year, I liked mints. And then I don't know if you've had that Shamrock Shake at McDonald's, but I'd never had it before because the ice cream machine's always broken. And I had it, and it ruined mints for me. Now I do not like them. That Shamrock Shake ruined all mints, and I just can never look at them the same. Where's Sora? About to throw it back. Yeah, Sora would be so mad, wouldn't he? Yo, what's up, Legate? How are you? How goes it? What's up? You're good? I'm glad to hear that. I'm not gonna lie. I think the Bean Man chat may be the most legendary thing that's happened in this stream ever. Like, that was so cool. That was so cool. I think I've heard of all these candies too, now that I'm looking. Shamrock Shake is goated. It made me hate mint. It's too much. How's it feel to have a viewer from Spain, by the way? Yo, that's pretty cool. That's actually pretty cool. Where in Spain? I've always wanted to go to Spain. Yo, Doc, thanks for the bits. More bits. Thank you. That's 9 seconds of twerking. Scratch Pack Worldwide, you know what it is. I've been replaying Red Dead 2 and realized Rockstar has balls of steel. They really used the hard R too much to match the setting. Interesting. Can't wait for that. That'll be like me streaming on TikTok. Let's get this hype train. People come the fuck up. Hype train. Whoa. Hype train. You didn't know I'm in Spain? I didn't. I did not. That's really cool, though. I've always wanted to visit Spain. Spain's one of the top 3 places I want to go to.
Schnuggums just gifted
Yo!
1 subs.
Doc! Thanks for the gifted. Whoa. Thank you. Thank you so much. The one black character basically gets told you don't belong around these parts, boy. W's. Is my W emote in yet? Let's see. Let's see if it's in yet. Creator dashboard. Yo! There's a hype train going on. Yo, thank you. Whoa. Bro, that's hella realistic. That shit still happens to this day. Yes, it does. No W emote. Yep, not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for the gifteds. I appreciate you. Yo. Thank you for the bits. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I really do. Like, man. Thank you. What a stream so far, huh? It's only been 14 minutes. 15 minutes now. Like, let's go. Thank you for the bit. Thank you. Yo, I love the bit sound, and I appreciate the bits a lot. Thank you so much. That really means a lot. I appreciate it. You do not have to do that, you know? All that matters to me is that we're chilling, you know? That's all that matters. 21 seconds of twerking. Yeah, we're going to have a whole... it's going to be a 24-hour twerkathon, huh? Yo, 200 bits, thank you. 36 bits. Like, all I see in my noties is bits. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. So, yeah, W's still not in. It's in the Discord, though. If you want to see it, I uploaded it in the Discord. Like, so we have it there. It's...
Schnuggums just gifted 1 subs.
Thank you for the gifted. Thank you. Oh, Tuggle got it. Cool for Tuggle. Nice, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. You guys are too nice to me. Entirely too nice. 100%. Hella hype Friday. I'm saying, like, I woke up, I was like, yo, the hype thing that's happening. We got the tier list coming, you know. I'm kind of with you. I don't think Mint should be on here, and that's what I was waiting for. Oh, that reminds me. That Dora emote cursed. That was such a good raid recommendation. Raiding Dora was such a good raid recommendation. Most of the sex scenes in Mass Effect, the sexy sounds with Shepard, were recorded by Shepard's voice actor's wife because she wanted to do it. I mean, that's cool. I didn't know that. There's sex scenes in Mass Effect? There are. We thought we were getting one yesterday, Reg, and we didn't. Dora's a shit. I had a feeling you would like her. She's so cute and funny. She is funny. She's hilarious. Her stream was awesome. I'm going to buy it then. How did you know? Reg wasn't here for it. He wasn't here for that one. And if he was here yesterday, he'd have been disappointed because we thought we were getting one. We thought we were getting one, and we did not. Sadly enough. We didn't, you know? We really thought. We were like, oh, it's happening. And it didn't happen. People started calling the Xbox the Sexbox because of Mass Effect. Is it because of Mass Effect? That's crazy. Imagine if Cyberpunk would have came out back then. That'd have been wild. They'd have hated Cyberpunk. Within 30 minutes yesterday, my community got me to a level 6 hype train. Just blessing by you guys. I'm just giving the love right back out. Yo, real talk, Doc. Finding your streams is one of the, you're one of my favorite streamers. 100%. Like, the energy, the support, the love that you give out is, 1, infectious, and 2, it's just awesome to see. And so, congratulations again on 300 followers. That's awesome. You know, I'm glad that I'm one of them, that I was one of the first 300. So when you blow up, I'm one of the OGs. You know what I'm saying? Don't you fucking sweet talk me.
Schnuggums just gifted 1 sub.
Thank you for the gifted. Otaku got one. It sure isn't because of the HD porn PlayStation put that on lock. Yeah. Could you imagine? Back then, had they seen that? That'd have been absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. People would have freaked out. I mean, the news still freaks out about video games, to be honest. But it'd have been even more insane. I like spilled protein shake everywhere earlier. The top wasn't on as tight as I wanted it to be, and I shook it, and it went everywhere. Like, it's even, I can see it on my hoodie. There's like 3 drops right here. Wait till you see Sunday Skratsx. The doc is dropping something huge. I cannot wait. You used to download straight from the hub on the PS3? You could do that? I did not know that. I did not know that. Damn. I mean, had I known that, I probably would have done that. My PS3 would not have had room for games. You know? My PS3 would not have had room for games. Anyone who's dumb enough to want to vote can vote. Arthur Morgan after speaking with the women's rights activists. Interesting. I did not know that. But were you a gamer with the whole Blu-ray versus high definition disc battle? I was, but I wasn't really involved in the battle. I've got like a few episodes. Oh, how are you liking it, Reg? You loving it, right? You can make custom backgrounds or get them from a website. Yo, On God is one of the best series I've watched. I told you, Reg. I told you. I cannot wait till it makes its return in the fall. You know? I thought we were getting a whole season, but we just got like an hour special, and the rest is coming in the fall. It's so good, though. I love it. Absolutely love it. Okay. Do we start the tier list now, or do we wait for... Are you talking about Fire Force? No, Reg started... Oh. C doesn't like this because it's the best. I love Fire Force. I'm not going to lie to you. Fire Force. Fire Force. I'm still thinking about buying that Maki Funko. Still thinking about it. I still have it up on my screen. You know? I still have it up. I'm thinking about do it. I'm just like, I mean, 25 is not bad. Buy an Eren Yeager Funko? I would, but they're lame. The Attack on Titan Funkos are lame. They did not really, they don't mess with that. Because you might not be able to soon. True. It is only $25. It is only 25. You know? And Maki. Like, we don't, the Attack on Titan ones aren't very good. With the exception of the Levi one. That's why I haven't bought them. Getting Eren in Fortnite? I am. Is he released yet? Once he comes, like, once his thing is unlocked, I'll get on. I bought the Battle Pass. Comes out in like a month. Damn it. I don't fuck with Fortnite. Understandable. That's different. Understandable. I bought the Battle Pass. I just, you know, I literally bought it for one reason. And I have not... Fortnite Zero build is legit? Is it? I was always like... I was really into the building. I don't fuck with the building. I was really into it. Me and Fortnite with the building, I was all in. I used to practice retakes and all that. And now I'm Zero build is the best. I'd have to play it. I've only played like 4 times. And last time I played, I don't think that counts because we were doing karaoke. So hop in the no build Jansport. Yo, if I need backpacks. Put me in your backpack and carry me to victory. Have you played Diablo 3? No, I've never played any of the Diablos. Yeah, put me in your backpack. I've never played Diablo, though. The only Diablo memory I have is that press conference when they're like, do you not have phones? That was it. Oh, let me boot up the TikTok live. Say hi to what TikTok's got going on. Diablo's fun, is it? I've never even seen gameplay of it, to be honest with you. I've never been curious. Let me see. I gotta see what it plays like. Oh, I must play Diablo gameplay. I'm so ready for 4. When does 4? Oh. Apparently someone came out with 10 minutes of gameplay yesterday for Diablo 4. Let's leave. I know you saw that 1v1 ending I shared on Twitter. I did. I forgot to. I'm gonna like it right now. Hold on.
We'll talk about Diablo 4 strongholds. In Diablo 4, strongholds
So
are
is
the
it-
fortresses of evil scattered throughout the game's world.
Is it a MOBA?
As you stumble upon them, your goal is to liberate them from the clutches of Hellspawn. Doing so rewards you with a
I'm gonna mute him. His voice is annoying. I hate that voice. Is it a MOBA? Yes. I've never really played MOBAs before. Add me on the PSN. There we go. I've never seen MOBAs before. So this is just in development. So this isn't final. What did they on COD today? I don't play Call of Duty, I'm gonna be honest with you. They released a mobile version, but it's not as good. Yeah, that's the one I heard everyone was mad about. Diablo's fun. I may have to try it. So is it strictly online? Or is it like a story? That's kind of what I'm confused about. Yo, thanks for the rose. I appreciate you. Wait, why not? It's a story. Oh. Should I play it? You can play it multiplayer too. It has a story. Should I play it? You can co-op? That'd be cool. I'm just not really into Call of Duty like that anymore. I used to love it, but now I'm not super into it. And I've heard a lot of complaints from the Call of Duty community about how frustrating it is. Co-op, I meant? Yeah, I know what you meant, Reg. Yeah, I've just never been super into Call of Duty like that. Whirlwind Barbarian was my shit in 3. Is it on Steam? No, it's not on Steam. It's going to be through the Battle.net, right? Warzone 2 is ass. That's what I've heard. I've heard Warzone 2 is pretty ass. When I was in Dora's stream, she was talking about it. The COD community doesn't know anything but slide canceling and slurs. Love me some good COD when I have a team, but that game can get so exhausting. They just cater to OP weapons and casuals. I hear there's a new shotgun or something in it right now that's pretty frustrating. I get on to finish this season's battle pass, but I'm done overall. Yeah, I've heard. What's my favorite game right now? Well, the game I'm currently playing through is the Mass Effect series, so I love that. Big Fallout fan now after I played 4. You know? I don't know. I don't know what my favorite game right now is. What's yours? Is it Call of Duty? I heard there's like a shotgun in Warzone right now that's pretty frustrating. How much is Diablo? I'd play Diablo. Oh, there's a beta out for Diablo on Battle.net right now, apparently. If you pre-purchase it. Not a popular opinion, but I really do believe that Call of Duty Ghosts is one of the best Call of Duties they made. Yo, what's up, Sora? What's up? Have you played the new Harry Potter? I have. I haven't finished it, though. I got distracted by other games. But it was good from what I played. Did you like it? How would you rank the Mass Effect 1 endings only on how they affect LeBron's legacy? So, if we go with Liara, I feel like that adds a ring, you know? I feel like Liara helps put him over Jordan. But if you choose Ashley, no rings. Take all the rings away. It's not popular because you're smoking dick. Activision is just a huge money grabber and all they care about is bundles. Remember, no pre-orders. That's right, I'm not pre-ordering it. You were right, Cursed. No pre-orders. More like a shotgun and COD in general. Imagine an auto incendiary round shotgun and people hiding in corners. Yeah, that sounds horrible. that sounds, I can see me slamming my desk because of that. All my homies hate pre-orders. Yeah, no more pre-orders. Man, it's amazing. I just got my broom. I have my broom. The furthest I've gotten, I did 1 trial. That's all I've done so far. And then I got distracted playing Fallout. Different spells are insane. I like it. I do like the combat. Is anyone free at 6 p.m. Eastern? I'm trying to do something in my server for a community event thing. I need like 1 to 3 people. Depends on the game for pre-orders. Wait, why? Legit question. Worst COD I've ever played? MS was the last time I pre-ordered a game. You bet your buns I'm pre-ordering the new Jedi Fallen Order. I'm down with the Jedi 4. I've already pre-ordered the Jedi Fallen Order, so that was before my new no pre-orders rule. So I am excited for that though. The new I pre-ordered that before I started my rule, to be fair. So that doesn't count. But I am really excited for that game. That game's going to be sick. I haven't pre-ordered a game in forever. I also pre-ordered Hogwarts Legacy. So those were the last 2 I pre-ordered. But I am with the no pre-orders crowd now. I don't regret pre-orders. I do it based on the game. That's fair. But why no pre-orders? Because a lot of them get bad. There's been some pretty bad ones, you know? And I feel like they know when you pre-order it, they're like, this game's not going to be great out the box. So we're just going to give them a DLC and they'll love them, you know? You know, I feel like that's one of the reasons why we get some broken games. Typically, pre-ordering a multiplayer game is not a good idea. Very true. Single-player games, however, there's been some good ones. But I don't anymore, even if I trust the studio. Cyberpunk showed I was right to still not trust studios. Yeah, Cyberpunk was a big... See, here's the thing about Redfall. I don't have to pre-order it. It's on Game Pass. You know what I'm saying? Redfall's going to be on Game Pass, so that's technically free. You know what I mean? And so because Redfall's technically free, like I could check it out. Yeah, like playing it day one. Like Redfall looks fun. I saw the trailer yesterday. Arg, matey. That's what we are. I meant Cyberpunk had shit before it came out. That is stuff people need to look at. I've never pre-ordered that. Def pre-ordered The Witchers. Great games. So I have never played the Witcher series, Doc, but I do plan on playing The Witcher 3. I was told to skip the other two, but The Witcher 3 at least is good. Sorry to interrupt again, but is anyone free at 6? Let me see. My calendar's on my phone, and my calendar is currently locked because I'm live. If it sucks, and I'll uninstall. Play The Witcher. Yeah, I'm going to play it. Play all of them, or is just 3 good? I think the thing that also hurts, just know it's long, took me like 2 months to complete everything, including the DLCs. Yo, I'm down. I played Fallout for 90-something hours on this stream. Anyways, bro, gotta go. Have you tried Valheim yet? I played a little bit of Valheim. See you, Reg. I hope you have a great day. Thank you for stopping in, man. Appreciate you. I appreciate you. And thank you for sharing the live. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. I do want to play The Witcher, though. The Witcher 3, I heard, is really good. I think it's like one of the more highly rated games that have been out. Let me see. Witcher 3 is top tier? Top tier. Yeah, on Steam it's like a 10 out of 10. Which is good. I like Valheim a lot. So I saw... the VTuber friend I showed you, she plays a lot, and Cass was playing it yesterday. Yo, what's up, Feeve? What's up, Feeve? How are you? How goes it? Yo, what's up? What's up? Yesterday on Feeve's stream, we discovered some uncomfortable ASMR. You know? It was very uncomfortable. I'm not an ASMR person, but it was very uncomfortable. Like, more so than normal. You know? I think the Witcher's game got the Riz scenes. Oh, we all about the Riz scenes. If there's Riz scenes, we're doing them. Sadly, yes, it was the worst. It was not comfortable. It was not comfortable. It was funny, though. It was funny. You know, we watched someone get robbed in ASMR. That was funny. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it a lot. You know? So, that was my favorite. That one was hilarious. Do we start the tier list? Do we start it? I was talking to a girl last night, and I wasn't trying to talk to her like that, but she says, shit, Riz Lord over here. That means it's natural, Sora. You know what I'm saying? That means you got it naturally. Yes? All right. 100 grand deal. I wouldn't mind if Morgan Freeman robbed me. You know, that'd be a good ASMR. Anything Reese's? I love Reese's. I love Reese's. I love it. So how we do it here is we have chat vote. Reese's S tier right now. Can we agree on that? Does anyone hate Reese's? So we have one Reese's here. Set the foundation. You're right. You're right. Let's just go ahead. Reese's right. Where's the other one? Where's the pieces? What's up? What's up? Did I make it on time? Just in time. Just in time. Just in time. We're literally just about to start. Reese's S tier. If it's chocolate for me, it's A to S. Okay. I think that's the Reese's. So Reese's is different. It's clearly up there. So we put that there. I think that's one that we can universally agree on. You know? Bro, nothing hits like peanut butter. I love peanut butter. I agree. Good. Three Musketeers, too? Are we agreeing on that? I haven't had a Three Musketeers in forever. The only one I had is the Midnight one. The Midnight one was good. Yeah, I don't think that one's as agreed on. Candy corn straight F. Okay. We're getting ahead. We gotta vote. So, we're gonna start on 100 grand. We gotta run polls for this. Because how I like to do it is chat votes. Chat votes. So we're gonna go poll, question, 100 grand. Responses. S, A, B, C, D. And there should be one more. Oh, that's all the choices. It's fine. And we're going to go a minute. And I'm starting the poll. There we go. 100 grand. Let's see what we got. 100 grand B tier. F. I've never had a Babe Ruth. I've never had a Babe Ruth in my life. Ever. It's delicious, is it? Don't you understand this, chat? I like Babe Ruth. But I also don't really enjoy candy with, like, peanuts or almonds or things like that. Sloth love Baby Ruth. It's a better, like a crunchier snack. D tier that shit. All right, let's see what we got for 100 grand. It's we got a tie. Someone has to break this tie. Vote on the poll. What do? We have our first tie on the first candy. Oh God. We have our first tie. I'll do it. What are you doing? Wait. What do you mean wait? I didn't vote? Jesus, Sora. Hold on. We'll rerun it. We will rerun it. I'm doing it one more time. There it is. Where's the poll? It's in chat. Or should we do the poll like we did the last time? Was the last poll better when I just made it on where you just had to put a number in? Would you prefer that or you prefer the chat vote? Because I can always do it with this site. I don't mind. What are we looking at? Damn. The poll, it's coming out different. Wait. What do you mean wait? Did you vote? Oh, okay. I'm just making sure. Yeah, it's looking like it's D tier. Oh, the B's are making a comeback. Uh-oh. Here we go. What's goofy, my G? Yo, what's up, bro? Basic, how are you? Are we having a tie again? What are we doing? It's another tie. What are we doing? What are we doing here? I guess we'll come back to this. I'm vaulting it. There's no way. Yeah, so we have two ties. I'm vaulting it. I'm putting it here for now. I voted D, move mine to C. Okay, so B's have it. There we go. Thanks, Feeve. Average votes. So what's the average between B and D? It's C, right? We've just put it in the middle. Yeah, okay. Three Musketeers. Do we want to run chat poll or do we want to run this site? I don't mind either way, if it's easier that way. Okay. Hold on. Let me pull it back up. Three Musketeers. S, A, B, C, D. There we go. Vote. I like chat poll. Site, but either. I think it takes less time to do the site, where you just type your number. We'll see. Vote. Okay. 2 S's. 3 Musketeers, C+. I don't think I've had a regular one. I've only had Midnight. Vote or die. Like, vote. Come on. Vote up. We're going to have another tie, bro. We're having another tie. It's a solid C for me. It looks like C's have it. Up. Tied again. It's tied again. Oh my God. We're gonna keep tying. Look. It's a solid, like, look. S tier. So we have to average it again. Between S and C, average it to A. I'm down with that. Boom. Boom. Wait, revote? Fuck. What happened? Did you not vote, Sora? No. B? B or A? It's not showing up for me? Okay. We'll do the site. Hold on. The options are S, A, B, C, D, and never had them. All right. So this is how we're doing it. Let me refresh. Okay. That's how we'll do it. And then when I start the vote, it'll be easier this way. So all you're going to do to make this easier, you type 1 for S. So in chat, it'll be like this. So if I start the voting, right, and I type 1 for S, you see how it shows that vote right there? So you type the corresponding number. So 1 for S, 2 for A, 3 for B, 4 for C, 5 for D. Does that make sense? And it'll automatically update here. You see? But we haven't started voting yet, so I'm going to restart it in a second. Does that make sense, though? You see what I'm saying? Okay, so I'm going to restart it. Our next candy is Airheads. Airheads. I need a timer, though. Where's my iPad? So we got Airheads. So I do have a timer running. Clock. Airhead's one of the only candies I enjoy. Really? I like the low one. I like the red and the blue ones. Those are good. I like those. Now y'all know Airheads are disgusting. Low one is an A, not 1. Sora. Well, the B's won it anyway. Sora, you gotta just type. Don't type the number until you're ready to vote. If you type the number, it's automatically gonna register your vote, and you can only vote once. Bro, I just woke up. Leave me alone. Okay. So the B's have it. Airhead goes to B. What is this? What is this? Gummy straw? Wait. This is sour. Oh, Airhead Extremes, the sour ones. It looks like. Okay. So, the sour Airheads. I'm starting the timer. Vote. What's up, bro? Thanks for the advice so far. Yo, what's up with you? I hope the advice has helped. Which candy? Sour Airheads. Sour Airheads. Yuck. Glitch, do you like sour stuff? Do you like sour candies? I'm not like a... Yo, what's up, Sheps? How are you? Welcome in. Welcome in. Yo. Welcome in, brother. How are you? I actually meant 2. Okay, so we have a tie between A and B. So if we have a tie between A and B, I think that means... Yes, but I don't like Airheads in general. That makes sense. Just make it B. Okay. Time is up. That means we got this. Boom. Next is Almond Joy. Almond Joy. Time is starting. If you like Almond Joy, speak now. Okay. I've never had Almond Joy. I just don't think I'd like it. You know? Love coconut? I'm allergic to coconut. Yeah, so you don't eat it. So I can't input. Almond Joys are gas. I've just never had one. It looks like the C's have it for this one, though. I've never had it. That's your favorite candy? My favorite candy's a Reese's, so we already put Reese's S. That's the clear. Like, we don't even need to vote on Reese's. Reese's are just top tier, bro. You know? Cowards. All right. I say we should have a 30-second discussion about the candy before we vote. You gonna change people's minds? What is it? C. Y'all hate complex flavors? I didn't even know there was coconut in Almond Joy, to be honest with you. Okay, here's what we need to talk before we start the next one. Do we count Altoids as a candy? Because I don't think mints are candies. Right? Hey, my mom vote don't matter? What? That's gotta be right. No. Altoids fucking slap. But are they candy, though? No? Not a candy. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Here's how we're deciding this. All right, this is how we'll decide it. Vote in that poll. That ain't no damn candy. Andy's mints are S tier. Move on. Altoids are ass, and people use the containers for their weed. The shit's my grandma walk around with. I have a whole case of Altoids. See, like, I can understand their utility, right? In that they're mints. But do we count mints as a candy? The only time I think about is if it's like a chocolate mint mix, which I still don't really like. Y'all are fucking children. You just wait. Y'all will love them soon. So we still need to vote. It looks like the no's are going to have it. So we're going to throw the mints out. The only one that I'll take is the peppermint. See, Andy's is fine because it's chocolate, right? It has chocolate on it. But like Altoids just by themselves. I've had the same case of Andy's since 99. Not this shit again. Yo, what's up, Smacks? Altoids aren't candies. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Okay, so the no's have it. Altoids are not candy. Are there any other mints in here? No. The other ones count, like junior mints and things like that. That's fine. Okay. I meant mint flavored. Mint is a flavor technically. Right, but I'm just like, Skratsx is my mint. Yo, what's up, Gravity? Just in time, Grav. What's up? I'm already turned today. Not gonna lie, I'm gonna fight people for sure now. Okay, so here's the rules for the tier list. You type the corresponding number to what you like. Okay? So we have 1 for S, 2 for A, 3 for B, 4 for C, 5 for D. Oh, y'all finna get me started today. Mint flavored candy and candy flavored mint are two different things. That's what I'm thinking. Catch me what's up top right now. So far, up top is Reese's. The clear S tier is Reese's. A tier is Three Musketeers. B tier is Airheads and the Sour Airheads. And C tier is 100 Grand and Almond Joy. Agree with the Reese's? Yeah, I feel like Reese's, everybody knows that goes up top. You know what I'm saying? Everybody knows. Three Musketeers, unsub. It's not me. It's you guys voting. You guys are voting. Put Almond Joy in the grave. See, I've never had it. All right. So our next vote is Andy's mints. Andy's mints. These right here. So I'm going to start the timer for Andy's mints, and you type the number going by the number, but the number that's corresponding with the number. So if you want D, you type 5. Yeah, there we go. There we go. There we go. Ooh. It's not looking good for Andy's mints. S my ass. Damn. This is the most united I have ever seen chat over this, with the exception of Fee. over my dead body. Y'all go to Olive Garden and you get a mint and it's the best thing you've ever had. Fucking children who picked A. I throw the Olive Garden mint at people. I can't. So it looks like, I'm sorry, Feeve. D, put that shit in the hobo dumpster fire right now. Go eat one. Okay, next. Needs a new tier for This Isn't Candy. Oh, you know what? We should for the mints. How do I... we'll do it here. Add a row above. Not candy. So that's for the Altoids. That Olive Garden mint, I thought it was a bar of soap. Y'all haven't eaten them before. Okay, here we go. Pause. I need an intermission. Okay. How are we feeling after this? This one was pretty clear. This is the clearest one we've had so far in Andy's. You know, I agree with Strange Seat. That shit is soap. You know what ruined it for me? I was saying the what's that green shake I was talking about at McDonald's? The mint one? That ruined it for me. Look up Haribo sugar-free gummy bear reviews on Amazon. Okay. Amazon. Sugar-free gummy bears. Let's scroll down to reviews. Okay. I finished the bag in a few days. Freaking love them. People like these. You know?
Ass and she jumped. I was being fair. I didn't say, yo, Kate, you lying bitch. I don't believe.
Okay. Are we ready for the next one?
Yeah. Anyway, I started class.
The next one that we have is Baby Bottle Pop. The Baby Bottle Pops. I'm starting the timer now. Baby Bottle Pops. D. 5. There we go. Okay. Type numbers, not letters. Yeah, type numbers. Okay. Not really fucking with those, huh? Whoa. I'm getting the timer set up so I don't have to keep pressing on here. S tier my ass. We have 30 seconds left if you have not. Y'all got S tiers fucked up. That's why there's only one in there. Baby Bottle Pop had a good jingle, though. Baby Bottle Pop. Look, when my parents got divorced, I ate them a lot because they distract me from the fighting. Yo. Y'all like sucking on them, don't you? That's probably what it is. You know? That's probably what it is. 2, 1. All right. C tier. There we go. Who in their right mind was like, oh, fuck yeah, let me get a Baby Bottle Pop in the candy shop? Bro, when you think S tier compared to Reese's, true. That is true. You do have to compare them to Reese's. Okay, so I have the timer right here. Okay, so we'll just start it whenever. Are we ready? Commercials and candy are two different things. True. Me, here we go. Are we ready? Baby Ruth is next up. I'm starting the timer now. Baby Ruth. Let's see what we got. Who likes Baby Ruths? Man, I haven't had a Baby Ruth in ages. I've never had them. Okay. So we have a tie between B and C right now. Baby Ruth, nuts all in my mouth. That's probably why I haven't had one. What candy is this? Baby Ruth. It's Baby Ruth, Sora. S. Okay, so we have a three-way tie. What do we do here? S my ass. Like, what do we do? Sora gets it. All right, time is running out. What do we do here? A tier? C that shit. So here's what I think we do now. Since we have a three-way tie, we're going to do this. Average to A. Okay. I can average to A. I can average to A. I'm good. S? Who the fuck goes to the store? Like, I need a Baby Ruth bar. Me, bitch. A my ass. Okay, here's what I think we do. We have a three poll. Ready? Here's what we're going to do. Not A. Hold on. S, B, C. Vote in that one. This will determine it between the tie. You can only vote in these three in the poll in chat. So let's look at the voting. It looks like C has it so far. I missed you all week, Daddy Skratsx. I'm glad I'm here. I'm glad you're here too, Gravity. I'm glad. Yeah, it looks like we have a clear spot for them. It looks like it's pretty clear. Get them out, get them out. I think that's what we do. So we have this regular poll here, right? And if we have a tie, we throw it to here. Let the lurkers decide too. You know? Let the lurkers in. But it's pretty clear that Baby Ruth, which candy is this? Baby Ruth. Baby Ruth. I don't know what's the vote, but Donald Trump. I swear if Baby Ruth hit the top of the charts, I was going to go to the gas station to buy all the Baby Ruths and throw them away. Well, you don't have to worry. C tier. C tier. There they are. What is this? Is this black licorice? It is. Okay. Are you ready? Are you ready? We have the black red vines. I'm starting the poll in now. Get your votes in. Black red vines. Yeah, like if those don't go to the bottom, I don't know if we can be friends, chap. A tier? You gotta type your number. You gotta type your number. Yeah, nobody. Yeah, I think it's pretty clear. We can stop this. We can stop this. We know where this is going. Yeah. Put this shit here. Ugh. Stop the count. Yeah, we're good. No, I meant Babe Ruth. Oh, no, we're talking about black licorice. Actually, it's not even candy. Nah, Z tier. That ain't okay. I'm good with that. Black licorice. Get that out of here. That's Satan's dinner. It's called a Baby Ruth. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, get black licorice straight out of here. I don't trust anyone who likes black licorice, to be honest with you. All right. Babe Ruth is the baseball. Yeah, Baby Ruth. Baby Ruth was the candy. Okay. Here we go. The next is Blow Pops. I'm starting the poll now. Blow Pops. Blow Pops. Blow Pops are low-key decent. It depends on what kind you get. Mid Pops. Yeah, like they're okay. I like Tootsie Pops better than Blow Pops. Oh, I forget some people on mobile got a delay. Oh, yeah, that's true. That's kind of why I have the minute, so we're good. Blow Pops can suck the dog's ass. S tier my ass. Who voted? Oh. You want a Tootsie Pop, Skratsx? Tootsie Pops are better than Blow Pops. 100%. Strange just voted 3 times. Yeah, I see it popping up. I see it pop up right here. Not catching me blowing shit. I'm saying my Tootsie Pop. D tier is the name. Yep. I voted wrong. What'd you mean to vote, Glitch? What'd you mean to vote? What'd you mean to vote? Strange Seed is trolling. Trolling. What'd you mean, Glitch? 1. Oh, so you did. It's an S right here. Get the fuck out. Okay, timer's up. So here's what we do. We have a tie. Here we go. There we go. Vote. We have a tie. No, I accidentally pressed 5. Oh. Oh, whoops. Let's see what we got. What we think about the blow pops. Where are they officially going? Looks like C tier. Looks like C tier is gonna take it. Jesus Christ, y'all need Jesus. It's okay though. Not an accident. Yeah, I think that was your subconscious. How were there 3D votes and now 1? I don't know. It's the lurkers, I think. The lurkers are letting their voice be heard. The lurkers are letting their voices be heard. Okay, it's getting close. It's getting close. Because y'all don't stay true to your votes. That shit D. Say it with your chest. Boom. C tier. It's in C. Blow pops. Boom. Next. Let me reset this and restart this. Next are Boston baked beans. Boston baked beans. I'm starting now. Boston baked beans. I personally, not a fan. Z. Yeah, I'm not a Z tier. 3. Okay. Oh, let me show you what's going on. I'm not 3 over my dead body. 7. Okay. B's have it so far. Yuck. Okay. The D tier's moving. We're moving. 5. Okay. That shit will not be a B. It's looking like y'all are sheep. Vote with what you mean. Okay. Okay. Here we go. It's tied. It's tied. We got a good tie going on. And we got 4 seconds. Uh-oh. Here we go. We have a tie. You know what that means. I'm just making it triple B. Actually, I can type it. We got B and D. Here we go. Here we go again. Put Z on there. Let's see. Should I just add Z for the next one? Here we go. It looks like it's going D tier. It looks like that's where it's going. Again, here it is. I'll die on the candy-coated nut hill. 1 vote for B. Boo. Yeah, look. You know? D tier. Fight me, V. It's definitely going to D tier here. Whoa. It's going to D tier. It's going to D tier. It's definitely going to D tier. All right. Looks like we have it. D tier wins. D tier. Skratsx feels some sort of way. Fave candy, Reese's. I love Reese's. I'm a big Reese's guy. That's my favorite candy out of all of them. So I'm happy so far. The rest of these don't care. Butterfingers are okay, but Reese's over everything. If you voted B, you never would have made it through the chocolate factory. You'd have became an Oompa Loompa. Get bottle caps out here. Oh, candy corn is about... Yeah, candy corn is going to get crazy. All right. We got bottle caps in 3, 2, 1. Bottle caps. Bottle caps. What we looking at? I fucking love candy corn. Fuck all of you. Yeah, candy corn's about to get wicked. Candy corn, either you love it or you hate it. Mr. Crowder, I will fight you. Okay, bottle caps is this is the most united chat has been. By far, the most united. You know? Candy corn is literally the worst candy on the planet. I'll die saying that. If you don't like candy corn, you moan when you wipe your ass. Okay. I think we're good here. We don't even need to finish the timer, right? It's a pretty resounding D tier. Next, we have Butterfinger. And I'll start that in 3, 2, 1. Butterfingers. How we feeling about Butterfingers? And from the darkness of the shadows, just as all hope seemed lost, the comic guy emerges. Welcome in, comic book guy. Welcome in. How are you? Oh, my fault. Okay. Candy corn is what we throw at friends. We don't eat that shit. A, because it's not Reese's. Yeah, it's not Reese's. It's good, but it's not up to Reese's. It's not up to Reese's. It's not up to par. I'm with that. Candy corn is only a smidgen above jelly beans when it comes to the worst candy. Okay. I miss Butterfinger BBs. Are those little orb Butterfinger? Yeah, candy corn's gonna get spicy. We have 8 seconds, and it looks like the A's have it. I remember those. Boom. The A's have it. Butterfinger. A tier. I think this... Okay, here we go. Oh, God. Here we go. All y'all deserve to have your taste buds seared off. Go eat sand. Here we go. Candy corn. I'm starting in 3, 2, 1. Candy corn. Y'all really tripping on candy corn? It's delicious, especially on Halloween. Why is this what I wake up to? Apocalypse. Look at the top. Jelly beans are trash. Interesting. Yeah, I think we know. I think we know where candy corn's going, bro. How many calories does sand have? It depends on where the sand is from, you know? Is it from a store? Is it like desert sand? Fuck y'all. Yeah, I think it's pretty clear. I think it's pretty clear where this is candy corn, Sora. This is candy corn. Candy corn, right here. You? Yep. Go ahead, Sora. Do your thing. The only thing not even close to jelly beans that is good are hot tamales. Fuck is wrong with y'all? Being ass. You motherfuckers are stupid. It's good. Hey, man. Time is up. Boom. Candy corn. What is this? What is this? Charleston Chew? What is that? What's Charleston Chew? Has anyone had that? I want names. Okay. Charleston Chew time. Are we ready? Charleston Chew in 3, 2, 1. Charleston Chew. Fight. I need a fight command. I need that. I need a fight command. Charleston Chew. I've never had that. I actually love those. What kind of candy is it? Like, what's in it? 5. Yo, what's up, Petty? Welcome in. What is Charleston Chew? I have to Google it. While you're voting, I'm looking it up. Charleston Chew. It's ass candy with ass ingredients. What is it? Oh, it has marshmallow in it? It's consisting of marshmallow flavored nougat covered in chocolate. That doesn't sound very, that doesn't sound great. I'm not gonna lie to you. That does not sound great. Yeah. All right, time's up. Time's up. That looks like bird shit dipped in chocolate. D tier. They're like marshmallow nougat covered in chocolate. That sounds okay. Next we have Cookie dough bites. Nougat sounds nasty. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Cookie dough bites in 3, 2, 1. Cookie dough bites. Cookie dough bites. Is it just like cookie dough? Or is it different? No. 1. The best movie candy? Get the fuck out. Check DMs. I will in a second. Is it Discord DMs or who the fuck buys candy at the movies? I ain't rich. Yeah, I've never had candy there. I'll fight y'all. It's my second favorite. Hey, I'm back for a bit. Welcome in, Reg. We're doing a candy tier list. I don't really like marshmallows, but they're good. Cookie dough bites be bussin'? I've never had them, but I've also never had candy at the movies, so that may be why. You know? Y'all voting? Yeah, you type 1, like you type the number next to the letter for cookie dough bites. Oh, time's up. The C's have it. Cookie dough bites. Yep. Cookie dough bites. Get a job. How? So here's how you vote, Reg. So the time's up for this vote. But how it works is you type 1 for S, 2 for A, 3 for B, 4 for C, and 5 for D. And that's how your vote registers. You just type it in chat and you're good. Okay. Next up, 10. No, it's only 1 through 5. 5 being the worst. Oh, I have one. Enough to buy good candy. So the next candy that we're getting is a Nestle Crunch Bar. We are starting the Nestle Crunch Bar vote.
Petty of fun.
Yo, Petty, thanks for the resub, my boy.
Yeah.
Yo, how you feeling? Wait, Smacks. Wait. We're not going yet. Nestle Crunch Bar in 3, 2, 1. Go. Nestle Crunch. Love me some Crunch. Best candy, hands down, Sour Patch Kids. Sour Patch Kids? A lot of people love Sour Patch Kids. Let these motherfuckers know good taste was. This shit a B, let's be real. 3. Welcome in, JJ. Welcome in, Jaden. How are you? How's it going? Y'all got your S's fucked up? Oh, shit. Okay, so we have a tie so far. We got 30 seconds. Carry me in games for real? Nestle Crunch got that dog in them. Nestle Crunch just reminds me of Lunchables. Bro, this shit does not compare to Reese's. That is true. Solid S. So we're going to have, it looks like we're going to let the lurkers do it. Crunch is kind of mid. Like, it's not. All right. You know what this means. Here we go. Crunch. S-A-B. All right. Polls up. Vote. Also, what do I call you? Skratsx. Everything without the X. Okay, Crunch is A on a good day. Lurkers my ass. What did you say? Lurkers my ass. Someone using they alts, bruh. Scratch Discord DMs, not Twitch. Twitch overrated. I got you. Look at y'all changing votes. Look, man. It's close. We have one more vote for B than normal. Look, not bad, but also not great. I would agree with that. Here we go. Actually, I changed my mind to A. It's too late, Reg. Oh. So now we have, okay. Oh, fuck, Diablo 4 beta's out? Yeah, I saw that. We were talking about that earlier, because I've never played Diablo. Everyone vote A. Uh-oh. Okay, hold on. Now that we've narrowed it. Oops. It was A and B. Do it. Do it. How the fuck? Yeah, I'll be streaming that after work. I need to see it because I've never seen it played or played it. I was looking at it. I'm looking at it. It pops up. GG easy. Damn. A tier. So Skratsx, you missed it, but my birthday's next Tuesday. Yo, happy early birthday. Hydrate. Bet. Happy early birthday, Otaku. Are you doing anything for your birthday? When's your birthday, Skratsx? It was 5 days ago. My birthday was on the 12th. It was on the 12th. Another great candy snack is brownie brittle. I feel like I've heard that. Okay. Probably just gonna be hanging out with friends. That's a good way to do it. Happy belated birthday. Skratsx, yes. A tier. A1. Crunch is A tier. Let me refresh this. Next, we have Dots. Dots in 3, 2, 1. Dots.
Strange you see underscore just
Yo,
gifted one
thanks for the
subs.
gifted. Hispanic Jamal. Thank you. Oh, my finger slipped. Thank you for that gifted. Oh, we're at 69 subs. 69. Oh, I follow one of the people who sells brownie brittle on TikTok. Nice. 69 subs. Nice. Which one is this? It's Dots. We're doing Dots. This candy right here. Dots. 69. 69 subs. Dots top tier. Bruh. I think Dippin' Dots and Dots are different, aren't they? Dots top tier. Jaden, did you vote?
Gravity 44
Yo!
just gifted one sub.
Thanks for the gifted. Thank you. Pam Taloons. Oh, it's Pam. Way different. Yeah. Yo!
Skratsx underscore just resubscribed for 2
Jaden,
months.
thanks for the resub, my boy. 71 subs. All right, C's have it. 71 subs. 71 subs, bro. Nah, Dots are trash. Dots are ass people crazy. Yeah. Let's get into 500. Yeah, we're not getting to 500, Sora. Next. Oh, I know what these are. What are these called? They're called, what are those little, hold on. What's the name of those? What are these suckers called? These lollipops? No, these aren't taffy. They're, what are these called? You know those like little lollipops they give you at the doctor? Dum-dums? Yes. These are Dum-Dums. Dots is low tier candy. Yeah, Dum-Dums. All right. Dum-Dums in 3, 2, 1. Dum-Dums. These like doctor lollipops. I don't think they give you these anymore, do they? Oh, my fault. Yeah, Dum-Dums. Dum-Dums. What are we voting on? We have a tier list going on my purple, on the Twitch app. My purple channel. Dum-Dums are A tier. So far, they're C tier. But you can vote in my chat. I wish I could connect it to TikTok, too. That'd be interesting. Airheads B tier. They voted on them, you know. Or, no, y'all are wrong. Where do you put them, Petty? Also, did I tell you, Skratsx, that I know how to edit? Well, I'm going to be editing for a streamer, so. Yo, that's awesome. Dum-Dums mid, bro, chill. It looks like we have a tie between B and C so far. That's awesome, Otaku. No one's walking down the candy aisle and double takes the Dum-Dums. I feel like you only get these at either school or... Oh, you know what time it is. Dum-Dums. B, C. Hop out. Here we go. Vote it up. Green Airhead is S tier. The rest are A. I don't remember. I haven't had an Airhead in forever. Nobody ever buy them. They just infinite loop giveaway. That's what I feel like. I don't feel like I feel like the only one that buys them are schools and doctors' offices, right? That's the only people that buy Dum-Dums. Yeah, it looks like they're going C tier. It looks like they're going C tier for real. I can respect that. They're not good. They're not bad, except for the purple ones. Grape flavored's pretty trash. But other than that, you know, they're not great. BRB gonna go get a glass of whiskey if I come back to get some off the wall votes. We fighting. The people who buy variety pack for Halloween time too. That's right. All right, C tier. C tier has it. I'm just gonna leave my chat like that for now. Dum Dums. Boom. What is this? Are these Ferrero Rocher? They are Ferrero Rocher. The only reason I don't exactly like them is because I've had them too much. That makes sense. All right, Ferrero Rocher, starting now. I can't vote. I'm just dropping some likes. Yo, I appreciate that. My mom was a teacher, so was mine. I feel like only schools, not a Reese's A. Yeah. I feel like if we're comparing them with the top, you know, the GOAT. I haven't had Ferrero Rocher in forever. I can't vote because I haven't had these. That's fair. That's fair. I appreciate the likes, though. Thank you. Wait. What type of Reese's was that in S tier? Just regular. Wait. Which candy? Ferrero Rocher. These, like, the Ferrero Rocher candies? These right here? Ferrero Rocher, 2. Yeah. Looks like the A's have it. Ferrero Rocher are meh. My mom loves them, though. My mom does, too. My mom does, too. And there it is. The A's have it. Boom. What is this? Fireball. Okay. I've never had that. So, I think every mom loves them. I think it's like a requirement to be a mom. Bro, Reese's King, no other. All right, here we go. Fireball in 3, 2, 1. I think they're like those cinnamon candies. See? 5. Oh, here we go. Ferrero Rocher. What, bro? Ferrero Rocher top tier? Are they? I feel like every mom loves a good Ferrero Rocher. Like, you can't go wrong getting your mom those. We simp for Reese's? 100%. Who the fuck goes and buys this spicy-ass, candy-ass shit? Get him out. Hey! Yo! Mie? My? Thanks for the follow. Which way do I say it? My or me? Me. My? Is it my? I meant to put 5. Were you the 4? Were you the... Well, 5s have it anyway, so far. Mija. How do I pronounce that? My. Okay, thank you. My. Welcome in, My. How are you? I love spicy, but that ain't it. My colleague. No. I was 4, yeah, okay. There it is. I'm not comfortable with the D. Especially the ice cream, bro. That shit bussin'. I've never had it in ice cream. All right. There it is. I swear I will go to the store and buy all these just to throw them out. I'm just not a big fan of hazelnut except for in coffee. That makes sense. Ooh. Okay. I love this as a kid. We have Fun Dip in 3, 2, 1. The thing about Fun Dip, full pick, it's just Fun Dip. Fun Dip is ass. What the fuck is Fun Dip? So you remember that it has like a bag of powder and like a candy stick and you dip it in. I'll pull up a picture. Hold on. Oh, let me pull that up. Fun Dip looks like... open image in new tab. This is Fun Dip. Remember this stuff? This was Fun Dip. Bro, it's been like 15 years since I seen a Fun Dip. Yeah. I think the thing is, this is another candy that nobody buys. You get it at school or in Halloween. That's it. Damn, they're amazing in my eyes. I haven't had a Fun Dip in so long. Time's up. Damn, Fun Dip. D tier. What are Caramel squares? Shitty ass candy. Caramel squares. All right, here we go. Caramel squares. In 3, 2, 1. Made me feel like I was taking coke. I love it. Old person candy. Yeah. Caramel squares. I'm not really with it. Jaden does not mess with caramel squares. 5. Yeah, we're not. Okay. This is a pretty resounding no. But I would swipe one when in the grocery store. Were they like loose? Were they loose? Like loose candies? Nope. Werther's is the only decent caramel candy. Is this Werther's? No, this is Ghirardelli. Ghirardelli. Yeah. Who voted B? I think this... I only had those from old people. Yeah. Yeah, like you scoop your own and pay by weight. Yep. I remember those. They had them in the big bins. That's exactly what I'm remembering. And I'd hear people take them and you hear their wives, don't take those. You have to pay for those. And you hear, they're free samples. Bro, you guys have to be getting candy from church grandmas. The grocery store candy's ass. Oh, these have it. There we go. Okay. The next candy is Gobstoppers. In 3, 2, 1. Gobstoppers. How we feeling about Gobstoppers? Ghirardelli is too overhyped. Is it? Never had them? You never had a Gobstopper before? The fuck is that candy? You've never had a Gobstopper either? Well, you don't really like candy, so... Yeah. Motherfuckers said what? Candy is ass. Never had them. They're like some little jawbreakers. Never heard of it? That's tough. Chewy is an S. Hard is the 3. Oh. Because I remember the only reason I ever had Gobstoppers was because of Ed, Edd, and Eddy. Because they were like jawbreakers. And so, you know, I had to try it. But I'm not going to lie. I didn't really like Gobstoppers. I mean, not Gobstoppers. Jawbreakers. I hated that shit. I never really liked jawbreakers. I feel like they were overhyped. The D's have it. Man. What are goobers? Has anyone had that? They had the ones that start hard, then they get soft. The purple box. Oh. I think I remember that. Next, Nestle Goobers. In 3, 2, 1. Vote. Goobers are fire. Gobstoppers are kind of mid. I agree 100%. 3. Chocolate nuts in my mouth. I don't know what that is. They look like this. Let me see if I can pull up a better picture. For you. We got 32 seconds. They are nuts. They're dry roasted peanuts and chocolate. Yeah, chocolate covered peanuts. Goobers are mid too. I agree. Yeah, that's what they are. L. Yo, Lev, what you voting? What's up, Lev? Lev in here. Lev, hush.
Ass and she jumped. I was being fair. I didn't say, yo,
B tier has it.
lying bitch. I don't believe.
The B tier has it. The votes are over. Yep, B tier has it. Boom. Goobers went to B. Yo. Good and Plenty. The next one is Good and Plenty. I've never had this, but we're starting in 3, 2, 1. They do look like perks, don't they? Everyone step back from the ledge. Lev, the ledge pusher, is here. What are Good and Plenty? What is that? Is that like a... That's not like a chocolate, is it? Like Mike and Ike's. Ah, okay. Hey, I saved somebody yesterday, so suck it. They're like Mike and Ike's. Oh, hi from Bakhmut. Hi, how are you? They're Good and Plenty in the trash. Take him off the edge. She did? They're not like Mike and Ike's? He was about to do a flip. Up. Where's the Z vote? It looks like the D's. It's candy coated licorice. Ew. Ew. D tier has it. The D's have it. Next. Oh, here we go. Gummy bears. Gummy bears. The Haribo gummy bears. In 3, 2, 1. Vote them. The gummy bears. 1. I think this is pretty universal. Yeah, like all day 1. Yeah, I think this is pretty universal. How many J's do you own and how many are scuffed? I don't actually own that many, to be honest with you. And I'm pretty particular about my shoes, so I don't really have scuffed. Yeah, all the Mikes and Ikes are similar and trash. 4 out of 71. There you go. I wouldn't get tired of them. I still put Reese's in its own class. I feel like they are in large better than every other candy. I'm not gonna lie. Reese's, they really found something when they made that. Looks like the S's have it. But I think Reese's, like, we'll put it behind Reese's. Reese's is its own. Reese's is godly. It is. Reese's Big Cups are the shit. I feel like every single Reese's product is just, by far, I could get tired of Reese's, but not gummy bears. Interesting. So we have the S's for the gummy bears, you know. Next are gummy worms. Gummy worms are next. In 3, 2, 1. Gummy worms. Gummy bears, worms, and similars are absolutely awesome. They're pretty loved. I'm still wanting to fight over whoever the fuck put Almond Joy in this list. For real, like, look at the cereal Reese's Puffs. I've never had the cereal, but the commercial was God tier. It was just God tier. Gummies are pretty universally loved. Do you like the regular ones better, or do you like sour gummy worms better? Because the only time I really see people eat gummy worms are when they're sour. You know? That's about the only time I ever see it. Gummy worms are just flaccid sugar dicks. Gummy sharks be bussin'? I've never had gummy sharks. Looks like the A's have it. Not quite gummy bears, but still up there. Boom. There we go. Next, my mom loves these. Heath bars. Heath bars in 3, 2, 1. Heath bars. Peach rings are superior. All moms love those. I think that's another one. Anything gummy, give me the creeps. Really? Coffee toffee. Yeah, Lev knows. My mom fucking loves Heath bars, bro. She loves them. I don't necessarily like them though, I'll be honest with you. Yeah, okay. I think we know where this one's going. Heath bars are kind of gas. Are they? I'm not a huge fan of Heath bars. Not great, but not so bad. So kind of like, eh. Yeah, bro, it started with Halloween gummies. People who eat them gotta be crazy. Heath is another mid to low. It looks like D tier's winning for this one. You know? Looks. My mom would always get the Heath bar Blizzard from Dairy Queen. That sounds like something my mom would get if she was getting one. Yep. D tier. Boom. Next is a OG, a classic, Hershey's milk chocolate. Hershey's milk chocolate. What's up, bro? How are you? I'm good, Fast. How are you? How are you? Yeah, like this is a classic. It's not Reese's, but it's a classic, you know? A tier. That's so far. That's look what we get. That's what we're getting so far. It's just milk chocolate. Yeah. It's just, you know, the regular, just regular milk chocolate, you know? Just some regular stuff. I'm good, thanks. I'm glad to hear that. What candy? Hershey's milk chocolate. The bar. Hershey bar, yep. Yep. 1. Regular ass chocolate. Yeah, it's regular. Just some regular stuff, you know. Love it. A block of chocolate and nothing else. Yeah, it's nothing special, you know. You know what you're getting. Just some regular chocolate. Looks like the A's have it. A's. Boom. Next. I don't know what this is. Can't go wrong with straight chocolate. I agree. I don't know what High Chew is, but that is next. High Chew in 3, 2, 1. There we go. High Chew. High Chew is just Fruity Chews. It's classic, but still A tier. I agree. It's trash is what it is. Okay. High Chews. What the fuck is a Fruity Chew? It's basically just like, I think it's like fruity gummies almost. Let me see. Let me pull up the. See what they look like. Oh, they do not look like how I thought they would look. Hold on. This is what it looks like. Kind of looks. This looks like what a kiwi candy would look like, doesn't it? Hell yeah, High Chews are like A to B tier. I've never had them. This looks like it's kiwi flavored, doesn't it? 5. Up. D tier has it. Why would you pull up the most mid flavor? I just Googled what it is. I'll look at other ones. Hold on. I'll look at other ones. Wait, did they change it? Because here's what I'm seeing on this one. This looks better than the last one. They're Japanese candy. Oh, that's why I've never had them. I've just never. Okay, so I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm biased on this one because I hate these. But next is hot tamales. I'm starting that in 3, 2, 1. I hate hot tamales. But, you know, you guys may disagree. I don't like hot tamales. I don't like cinnamon candy. My mom loves hot tamales. I've never liked them. Hot tamales, I don't know them. They're like cinnamon candies, Reg. They're like those little cinnamon candies. I've never liked them. They look like... This is actually a good picture for it. It'll let me open it. Of course it won't. They look like these. It's the same people that make Mike and Ike's. Yeah, like a chewy shot of Fireball. Not gonna lie, Japan has pretty fire candy and snacks. I want to try them. Got a baby doctor appointment, so I'm out for a bit. Yo, I hope that goes well, Cursed. See you later. Just cinnamon. Yeah. I'm just not a big fan of it. The Fireball shots are different, you know, because I don't drink those for the taste. You know? And the C tier has it. Boom. Next, here we go, are the Jelly Belly jelly beans. I'm starting that in 3, 2, 1. Jelly Belly jelly beans. You know? Ass, trash, put in the garbage. Lev coming through with the hot takes. Not S. Looks like the A's are going to have it so far. Multi-level category because they have so many flavors and some are good and some are straight shit. I would agree with that. Anything grape flavored, I'm putting straight into the worst category, to be honest with you. Lev, your taste buds are banned. Looks like the A's are going to have it. Have you tried the Harry Potter ones? Like the butter? I think so. Like the butterbeer ones and stuff like that. Okay. Anyone who likes jelly beans is not welcomed anyway. A tier. Next, I'm not gonna lie, I loved these as a kid. Next, Jolly Ranchers. In 3, 2, 1. Jolly Ranchers. Have you played the Bean Boozled game? Yeah, I did. I played that game, especially when I worked at a after school care. The kids would love when I did it. They all wanted to play. Jolly Ranchers. I like Jolly Ranchers. The blue one's my favorite one. Jolly Ranchers are A tier. I like Jolly Ranchers. They're pretty good. I can agree with that. I didn't eat another after tasting the booger one. Yeah. Yeah, the Bean Boozled game was... Oh, we have a tie. Okay, let's see if that holds. 10 seconds to see if it holds. Y'all just voting to put whatever in S tier. Lev, tiebreaker? What is it? S? All right, vote. Vote. Put your vote in. Up. Time's up, Lev. Already did? Oh, so it is tied. You did not tie break it. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Boom. Fuck, we voted on was my vote. Jolly Ranchers, Smacks. Jolly Ranchers. Voting on Jolly Ranchers. I found a 35-piece Japanese snack candy box for $20 on Amazon. I should get that. I should try it. I should try it. Morning. What's up, Tailored? How are you? How are you? Damn, Lev. You tried, bruh. You tried. All right. Looks like the bees are taking this away. Non-chatter, stop voting. No, we love the lurkers. Don't you disrespect my lurkers, damn it. They always F me over. We love the lurkers around here. Just working right now. How's work going? How's stream going? Pretty good. We're just doing this candy tier list, you know. Here we go. Unless they vote my way. B tier has it. So the Jollies go straight to the B tier. Okay, next. Juicy Drop Pop? What is that? Anyways, Juicy Drop Pop. In 3, 2, 1. Juicy Drop Pop. Pull up a pic, please. Got you. I don't know what that is. Oh, I do know what this is. The picture was just bad. It's these. It's a baby bottle pop that you squirt sugar. Come on. Yeah, I remember these. Yeah, it's these. W, can't wait to watch. Wait, what? What'd I miss? What did I miss? Doing well. Can't wait to be done with work so I can play some Sons of the Forest. I still need to play that game. It's like a sucker with like a sour goo stuff on it. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Looks like we have a tie again. You know what that means. It's time for the lurkers to decide. The lurkers. What is this called again? Juicy Drop Pop. And we are tied at A and C. Boom. Lurkers. Gravity ruined it for me. Okay. Okay, it's looking like A is taking it. Love Sons of the Forest so far. Currently building the highest tower we can in the game. If it was Juicy J's Juicy Drop, maybe an A. It looks like the A's are taking it. Let me reset this while I'm doing that. Wait, what? Juicy Drop Pop. Why not average it? It's easier this way. We let the lurkers decide. No, I just had the biggest theory ever. What? I'll see if I can find the snack box and send you the link. Yo, I appreciate that. Thank you. Fuck the lurkers? No, we love the lurkers around here. We love the lurkers. We love the lurkers. They need a voice too. You know? Boom. A's have it. At lurkers, your mom. A's have it. Boom. Okay. I feel like I know how this is going to go, but we'll see. Junior Mints. Junior Mints. In 3, 2, 1. Junior Mints. So you know how TikTok is getting that word by the U.S. government? Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I figured it was going to go this way. I figured it was going to go this way. Yeah, I figured. Strange out here being strange. No, just no. I figured it was going to go this way. You know. Standard apocalypse. I knew it was going to go this way, you know. What if all the weird, that word, content creators are all being planted by the government so that crazy Republicans can also get behind banning it? You know what's funny about that? So you know how they did they used, okay, D tier. I figured this was going to go there. So what is this? Kinder eggs. I've never had them because they've been banned forever here. You know, they have not been allowed here forever. But we have Kinder eggs in 3, 2, 1. Yeah, they're banned. They're banned here. Kinder eggs. Aren't they banned because they had the toy inside? Skratsx, yes. They're not? I thought the ones with the toys were. They remade. Oh, I didn't know they remade them. They redid the American ones. Oh, because I remember just hearing that they weren't allowed because of the toy. Bro, that's the reason it was amazing, because of the toys. I had them at the corner store. Yeah, just the toy. Okay. Choking hazard. That's what I remember. The toy and the candy are split now. Oh, yeah. Kids would eat the toys. I remember that. But what was interesting about the whole TikTok thing is that you saw that Facebook has been like paying a firm to do negative PR about it, so that they could they could retain their users. Those kids are dumb. They are. Okay, so we're split. So you know what that means? I shouldn't have said one. And we had smarter kids. Oh, it's still tied. It's still tied. I don't think I spelled it right, but you know what I mean. There we go. Lurkers. Because all the dumb ones choked and died. That's true. So the interesting thing about it is Facebook's been paying a firm to do negative PR on TikTok, right? So that the government will be like, we need to take care of this. Thinking that if TikTok is gone, we're all going back to Meta products. Let me tell you something right now, Meta. I will never go back to Meta products. Ever. I don't care if TikTok's not here. I'll just be on YouTube. You know? I will not go back to Facebook. Bro, I'm going to YouTube Shorts then? Exactly. I don't watch Instagram Reels now. Yeah, fuck the metaverse. I am not going to the metaverse now. Why would I go if TikTok's gone? IG has stopped adding new people to their Reels pay program. Yeah, I saw that. Shorts are 100% the move. And so they think, oh, people are just going to use us. They're like, oh, we're getting it taken care of. Bees have it, for the record. They're like, oh, we're getting it taken care of so that we can have more users. But I'm not using it. Yeah, like they just don't want to pay people and they're going to phase everybody out because they're like, we don't have to now. Next, another classic, Hershey's Kisses in 3, 2, 1. Hershey's Kisses. My IG reels are just tits, and I keep putting not interested because I want content. But no, yeah, that's true. They decide it's easier to pay the government to ban competitors than to compete. Exactly. And they think, oh, users are going to love our platform when they have nowhere else to go. But we do have somewhere else to go. YouTube Shorts. YouTube Shorts all day. For real, the only place for me is going to be Raid Shadow Legends. Not unless they drop a bag glitched. You saw what I said yesterday. They drop me a bag, then I'll go to Raid Shadow Legends. You know? We can't just go there with no bag. I'll VPN into TikTok in other countries. Exactly. I got Nord for 3 years. When they drop a bag, yo, Nord all day. Best game I've ever played. You know what I'm saying? It's only in the US. Yeah. So you'll be fine, Reg. You'll be fine. It's just in the US. And we have a tie. Hershey's Kisses. A, B. Here we go. Boom. Yeah, you're chilling in. You're good. You're fine. But I just think it's interesting. They're like, if there's no other option, we'll be good. Isn't the TikTok ban only for government phones? Right now. But there's a new bill tailored where they're thinking about banning it in general. In general. You know? Love getting kisses to my middle school Valentine's back then. Oh, it was great. It was great, Glitch. It was great. I'd be like, hey, got you a kiss, girl. Boom. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so there's a new bill where they're talking about banning TikTok for everybody. It's, let me see. I'll pull up have you seen the articles on how the TikTok algo in China is way different than the US? I have seen that. A's have it. I have seen that. They're saying that like here, ours is not very, it's not for it's not really enriching the children's minds here, right? But like, it's a lot more, learn this, people can do this, right? But the thing that a lot of people take in, Kit Kats are next. Kit Kats are next. In 3, 2, 1, Kit Kats. But the things that people don't take into consideration, my For You page has a decent amount of that stuff. Not gonna lie, TikTok shouldn't be for children. That's why there's an age range. You see what I'm saying? Like, parents just let their little kids on there. There's like an age recommendation for them to start. But parents just let them on there. You know? And you can tailor your For You page. You can tailor what they're seeing. Like, it's okay for teens. Exactly. He's really hitting the gritty. You know? But I'm VPNing it, 100%. But definitely not a children's app. Yeah. A lot of parents use it to distract their kids. Yeah. They're looking for stuff to distract, but they can tailor their For You page to make it more educational for kids. What candy? Kit Kat. Kit Kat, Sora, hurry. Kit Kat. 1. All right, there it is. S tier has it. It's the Kit Kat. Boom. Boom. Next, I've never had this candy ever, and I didn't know it was a thing. But we have Krabby Patty sliders. In 3, 2, 1. Krabby Patty sliders. It's true. I wanted big booty goth girls, and man, did my For You page deliver. You can tailor it all you want, but it doesn't stop fucked up people from tagging kids' phrases on their NSFW shit. That's true. That is true. I think like YouTube did it the best with the YouTube Kids app, right? But that's why I agree. Like, little kids shouldn't be on TikTok in the first place. That's why there's an age recommendation. Made to look like a burger. Yep. I know it's just some gross gummy shit. No, bro, YouTube Kids is horrible. I haven't been on the app. But kids shouldn't be on it anyway. You know what I mean? Like, they shouldn't be there. And too many parents use it to just distract kids, like Taylor was saying. But now they're talking about banning it in general. And their whole reason is they go, Fuck them kids. They're like, the Chinese government is going to use it to take our data. But the thing that I've heard a little bit, but not a lot of people say is, China could just buy it. Like, Facebook's going to sell it anyway. They can just buy the data. D's have it, as they should. Go in the D category. Next is what is it? Cracker? Is it Hershey Cracker? Let me just make sure. Crackle. My fault. Hershey Crackle. Hershey Crackle. In 3, 2, 1. Offended. My fault. So many companies do that. Exactly. Your data's already gone. A lot of the U.S. government has all our data. That's what I'm saying. Like, our data is already gone. You know? And so them stopping China from getting it the freeway isn't going to stop China from getting our data in the first place. Because again, our data's up for sale. And it's funny that it's Meta that's talking about. I don't know what that is. It's kind of like, it looks like Hershey's version of the Crunch Bar, to be honest with you. Here, I'll show you. This is what it looks like. It's because they're not making money off of it. Exactly. Yeah, it's Hershey's version of a Crunch Bar. And I'm just saying, like, they're like, oh, TikTok's going to be gone. Now they're going to be using Instagram Reels. No, I'm not using Instagram Reels. Oh, we have a tie. Crackle. S-A. S-N-A, I should say. Pop it out. Here we go. And if China wanted to get it, their cybersecurity is pretty good, as it has been proven. Exactly. Sounds like a hub video. Like, this is all for money reasons. We know. But really, like, I upload Instagram Reels just in case. But I don't actually pay attention to them very much. YouTube Shorts, though. YouTube Shorts was going to be where we all go. Going to check for science? You have to. Looks like the A's are taking it here. Good job, lurkers. Thanks for your participation. We appreciate you. Yeah, it looks like the A's have it here. It's just weird to me. And they're like, oh, is our data going to be in the hands of the Chinese? Yes. Either way, bruh. Either way, they're going to get it. A's have it. And so they just want competition out of the way instead of actually competing. Oh. It already was / is. Yeah. Now we have Laffy Taffy. Laffy Taffy. In 3, 2, 1. Laffy Taffy. Wait. What flavor? Any flavor. It's just a bag. Shake that Laffy. That's exactly what I was thinking. What a song that was, you know? Laffy Taffy. 2. What a song Laffy Taffy was. D4L. I remember them days. The D4L days. Skratsx's favorite Laffy Taffy is grape. No. Ew. I was only there for the jokes on Laffy Taffy. That song's a banger, isn't it? That song was really good. Anyways, I'm going to go finish season 3 of AOT. Yo, enjoy it. Enjoy it, Reg. Give me updates. I appreciate you. See you later, Reg. Appreciate you, bruh. See you later. What? There we go. Laffy Taffy. C tier. Next, we have Lemon Heads. Lemon Heads. In 3, 2, 1. Boom. Lemon Heads. It's not even over yet. They're gonna make a part 4, so don't come to it. Yeah, part 4 comes out in the fall. Comes out in the fall, and it's over. Lemon Heads. Okay. Looks like we have a very split vote here. We have a very split. This is going to be an interesting chat poll. A very interesting chat poll is coming. You know, we have 10 seconds to break the tie. Lemon heads are delicious. Fuck y'all. We have a very split decision here. Here we go. Here we go. Cowards, they're so good. Let's see where they go. Y'all got them kids' taste buds. Mid-ass candy. Fight me, Sora. Here we go. Let's see what we got. It's closer to S than it is to D. There it is. It looks like the S's are gonna take it. We are halfway for the Lemonheads countdown. It looks like it's close. Should be B, not A. I mean, you know, we have it. Look, I'll suck a mean dick for some Lemonheads. I voted B. I didn't vote B. I went AFK. Damn, had to get food. What'd you get? There it is. There it is. Chat, please. Hello, chat doc. There it is. Well, very few are up there. Next. Are these the gum? They are the gummies. Sammy Sosa, good player. Lifesavers, the gummies, the fruit gummies. In 3, 2, 1. Have you seen how Sammy Sosa looks now? Have you seen his transformation? Have you seen the gummies? Have you seen his transformation? Look at this. Every time I bring this up, it makes me laugh. Look at Sammy Sosa. On the left was him then, and here's Sammy Sosa now.
FBI, open up!
Look at how different Sammy Sosa looks. Look at him, bro. Sammy Sosa, everybody. He got Michael. Sammy Sosa should get into the wine industry because he got the extra corks. Exactly. Look at him, bro. Horrible anus bleaching accident. Look at him. Oh, it makes me laugh every time. Every time. Up. We got a split vote. We got a split vote. Oh, God. The Sammy Sosa is so funny. Gummies. B, C. Boom. Boom. God, it's so funny. It's so different. Oh, man. Sammy Sosa. I remember hearing about the cork bats. Sammy Sosa is now Sammy No Son. Oh, man. That is just so funny to me. Every time I see it, I laugh. It's just, what a transformation, you know? Oh, man. Looks like the C's have it for this one. Every time I see you laugh. Because you're so cute. Yo, appreciate that. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. God, the Sammy Sosa thing is so funny. C's have it. They are kind of mid. I'm not going to lie to you. Boom. C tier. C tier. Wait a minute. Wait. Hold on. We goofed. We done goofed, boys. This is the C tier one. This is the hard candy. So now we have Lifesavers, the hard candy. So this is the hard one. In 3, 2, 1. Lifesavers, the hard candy. This was the gummies. My fault. My bad. I don't remember really having the hard candies. I'm not gonna lie to you. I remember the gummies and the mints. I had the mints a good bit. The hard candies. Have I had them? It's been a while. Oh, that just reminded me. Sora sent me a DM. I have to check my DMs in a second. Actually, I'll just check them on my phone. What is this? I just got the weirdest Discord spam. Interesting. Okay. Looks like B tier. B tier. Hold on, let me check my DMs. I forgot Sora DM me. Hold on. Let me pull Discord up over here. It was me. I'm the spam. I'll show you. Interesting. So we have the react. Next, we have, let me reset. What are these? Lindor? What is Lindor? Actually, I've never had spam. I got one about Happy St. Patrick's Day. What are Lindor? I've never had these. But I am starting to vote for it. It looks like chocolate-filled chocolate. In 3, 2, 1. Boom. They're good. Are those the little ball of chocolates? Yeah. Yeah. Let's see what Sora sent me. Okay. Thanks, Sora. I'll add those. Appreciate you. I'll add that. I'll try one of the two. I'll add them later, though. Chocolate balls in my mouth. Yummy. Exclamation marks. No. That's such a good one. Typo. We have a tie. We have a tie here. What do we do? Get the tab. We've got a tie. Wait, what is it? It's these. They're like chocolate-filled chocolate. These right here. Lindor truffles. That's what they're called. 2. All right. The A's have it. Boom. Next. I don't know what Mamba is. The only Mamba I know is Kobe. But these are Mamba candies. Let me look at what they are. I'm starting to vote for Mamba now. Well, I looked them up. They're amazing. Mamba candy. Oh, they're like hot chews. High chews. Why did I say hot chews? I think they're like fruit chewies. I'm looking up pictures of them. And this is what I see for them. This is what they look like. Hot chews. Yes, thank you for the blessing. I accidentally sneezed. I've never had these. I've never even seen them. They look interesting though, but know what they are. I've never even seen them. I'm like a candy casual in that respect, in that regard. You know? I've never seen them before. But it looks like, with one vote here, that the S's, they're at the 7-Elevens near me. Oh, next. We talked about these earlier. Mike and Ike's. I'm starting the Mike and Ike vote in 3, 2, 1. Mike and Ike's. Mike and Ike's. Illy's going to be mad she missed the tier list. She's going to be mad. She's going to be like, damn, I missed it. F tier. You don't like Mike and Ike? You don't like Mike and Ike? Strange sent me his TikTok asking what it means when the TikTok explains what it means. They're mid. Yeah. From what I remember, they're not great. 3. Yeah, they seem to be like, eh. Like, not great. They had a funny ad campaign. I don't think I've seen it. Let me look it up. No, it doesn't. I don't play baseball, Taylor. I don't see baseball TikToks, but I'm not super interested. Bees have it. I'm not super interested in, the World Baseball Classic? I do know what that is. I know what the World Baseball Classic is. This feels like a classic movie candy. They fake split up some boxes where just Mike's and other boxes were Ike's. Oh, kind of like they do with the Twix commercials. Here we go. Milk Duds. In 3, 2, 1. Milk Duds. The classic movie candy. Yeah, right Twix, left Twix. That's what it made me think of. I see some people put Milk Duds in popcorn. Is that true? Like, I've heard some people put them in popcorn. Y'all want to see my Milk Duds? Just because that shit gets stuck in your teeth. Whoa. This is super tied. What do we do here? I've never had Milk Duds, but I've seen people put it in popcorn, which is interesting to me. I guess it's like that sweet and salty thing. You know? I'm making pizza rolls. I love pizza rolls. Pizza rolls are so good. I've had it in popcorn once. Wasn't bad. Odd. I feel like it would be odd. So what are we going to do here? We have to pull it. Let's see. A, B. Boom. I'm back. How's the list looking? I'll show you. We're doing Milk Duds. We had a 4-way tie. But I'll show you how it's looking. Up. Let me, And Reese's Pieces are a superior popcorn candy. I've never mixed candy and popcorn before. I've never done that. I'm also not like the biggest popcorn guy though. Like when I go to the movies, I don't really buy them. You know? I don't really buy snacks at the movies. Cause they get a little pricey. Just a little bit. Because movies like to tax you. And so I prefer to I usually eat before I go to the movies. Why the fuck would you put Milk Duds in popcorn? They make gourmet popcorn with chocolate and caramel already. At the movies they do? I sneak them in. They make them at the D tier. D tier has it. In true broken people fashion. No, I feel you. Boom. Oh, not the movie. Yeah, like at the movies. At the movies. Someone's rich. Now we have Milky Way. Oh, glitched. I'll show you how the list is looking. Let me zoom out. Yo, what's up, Beryl? How are you? So now we have Milky Way. In 3, 2, 1. Milky Way. But here's how the list is looking, glitched. Pretty well balanced list, I'd say. Pretty balanced. I'm so rich. Watch this. 2. List looking pretty solid. I'd say it's actually a pretty solid.
Gravity 44 just gifted 1 subs.
Thanks for the gifted sub, Gravity. Thank you. Oh, and Marissa got a sub. Bet, I want some of that popcorn first. Thank you. Thank you. Yep. So we're voting on Milky Way. I've actually never had a Milky Way. But I also like, it's because I know what I want. If I'm getting candy, I want one candy. And that is a Reese's. You know? I want a solid Reese's. 2. Okay. Looks like Milky Way is going A tier. I can respect it. I respect it. Boom. Next, We have another classic here. M&M's. We will start the M&M vote in 3, 2, 1. Oh, you want a solid Reese's, huh? You know how it goes. Need a good. So we're voting M&M's. Reese's are, a solid Reese's. They're good. 1, 3. Fortnite added Leon Kennedy from Resident Evil 4. Oh, I saw the demo was out for that game. Should I play that now or should I wait till the full game comes out? So I just go in completely blind. Should I just skip the demo and just play the full version when it comes out? Wait for the full? Okay. Because we'll play that upon release because I have literally never played Resident Evil. Not a single one. Wait for the full, yeah? Okay. So I've never played a single one. Yeah, I've never played any Resident Evils. Because I don't like horror stuff. I try to stay away from horror stuff. Horror movies, horror games, none of it. So I've never played it, but I will play it on stream. Because I've heard they're incredible. B. M&M's for the B tier. Next, and I hear some people say these are better than the regular M&M's. We have peanut M&M's. In 3, 2, 1. Same, but I'm trying to branch out. That's what I'm thinking. When does Resident Evil 4 come out? Resident Evil is pretty tame when it comes to horror. Okay. When does 4 come out? Because I wanted to play 2 before we got to Resident Evil 4. Next week? Oh shit. Damn. Okay. Never mind it. It does. Oh, that's the old one. Hold on. March 24th. It does come out next week. A week from tomorrow. A week from today. Damn. So we have to move on Mass Effect. We got to move. We got to get shit done in Mass Effect. Because we have to beat a whole nother game of it. Or we come back. Okay. Looks like the S's have it. That's what I've heard. I've heard peanut it. Okay, it's 24th. Yeah. You can beat it in a week, right? I think so. We got to move, though. We got to move. I've heard peanut M&M's are better than regular M&M's. Next, we have, this is one of my dad's favorites, a Mr. Good Bar. We will start the vote in 3, 2, 1. Vote a Mr. Good Bar. 1. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Mr. Good Bars. Mr. Good Bars. Yeah, I've heard these are pretty popular. A 4. Looks like our S's are taking it so far. What's next on here? I don't know what this is. I'm gonna skip this because it doesn't tell me what it is. This one does not tell me what it is, so I'm skipping it. I'm just gonna put this here because I don't know what it is. Yep, it looks like our S's have it. So we have a whole week to finish Mass Effect 2 and to finish Mass Effect 3. And then we gotta go straight, we gotta play Resident Evil. Alright. The S's have it. Boom. Mr. Goodbar, welcome. Easy. That was an easy one. I feel like if you start with Resident Evil 4, that's a good intro to the series. Okay. Is that the best one? Next, we have Nerds. We are starting the Nerds vote in 3, 2, 1. Nerds. Any flavor. Any flavor. I agree with Barrow. Okay. S tier Nerds. The only thing I hate about Nerds, I don't like that they put them in the slushes at Sonic. I hate that. In my opinion, yes, and only because I'm a huge Leon fanboy. Okay. Oh, we have a 3-way tie. A 3-way tie on the Nerds. A 3-way tie. I think we can do it, though. That's because you're a coward. Nerd's not good at all. I just don't like stuff floating in my drinks. 4. Okay. So we have a 3-way tie. So I know what's going to happen here. Nerds are just sugar rolled in sugar. That is true. So we have a 3-way tie. Oops. Hold on. My fault. There we go. Nerds. SBD. Poll. Poll /headass. There we go. I don't know if you know, but the voice actor for Leon is the original Red Ranger from Power Ranger. Beryl, you're gonna be mad at me. I never watched Power Rangers, so I don't know who their actors were, to be honest with you. Fuck you, Skratsx. I never watched it. You know what? Yeah, never watched Power Rangers. Power Rangers was a shit. I never watched it as a kid. And so, like, I'm unfollowing, you know? Unsubbing, same. I just never watched it. Blocking. Bruh, unsubbing, unfollowing. Exclamation mark refund. You know, I never watched it as a kid. D tier has it, for the record. My mom was very against anything that had violence, and so I never watched it. And so when I was old enough to watch it, I just wasn't interested. Go Power Rangers, Mighty Morphin Power. I don't even know the song. I'll be honest with you. Normally the song pops up. Don't know it. I don't know it. Next, we have Nerds Rope. Nerds Rope in 3, 2, 1.
NANI?
Yeah, I wasn't. So I had no attachment to it as a kid. And I can make you madder. Oh, Nerds Rope is going, by the way. The other shows that I've never seen that I have no attachment to, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Never seen it. You know? Best Power Ranger is SPD. I don't know. I never watched Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles either. So, like when they had movies and stuff, I just wasn't interested because I'd never seen them. Okay, for real? How do we delete his Twitch? Any Cartoon Network shows? I watched a lot of Cartoon Network. I've just never. But they're turtles in a half shell. Never watched them. Like, I couldn't even tell you what channel they came on. That's all. Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon. And then later Disney Channel. D's have it. The D tier. What is this? Are these those fake Starbursts, bro? These are now and laters. Alright. Now or laters. In 3, 2, 1. These are like the fake Starbursts, right? Did you say fake Starbursts? That's how I always looked at them. No. What? I feel like if I had to choose between the two, Skratsx, I've told people how cool you are. I mean, I still am. I just have never seen those two. You know? And so when it was time to go back and catch up on things I wasn't allowed to watch, those never popped in my mind. They are hard. Oh, they're hard candies? My bad. I mean, it's too late to take it back, you know? You've already told people. You know? We just have to make it up in other ways. You know? And it's not my fault, technically. It's my mom's fault. You have to blame my mom for that. You know? I just wasn't allowed to. Now we can be like Meta and put out an ad campaign. Not a smear campaign. Not a smear camp. What are these? But there's a porn star name. I'm aware of who she is. I know who she is, Barrow. I know who she is. You know? What are these? Are these good? I don't remember what these are called. Orange slices? Is that what this one is? A man of culture? Yeah, Those are heinous. I'm starting to vote for them, but I don't remember what they're called. In 3, 2, 1. Sour candy corn on AIDS. Yeah, Beryl. I know who that is. And I know the character names of the show. Well, I know at least her name because of the relation, you know. And I think a lot of people said, hold on, let me just make sure I'm not like buffering the name. Five. Are they bad? I heard a lot of people say like their favorite Ninja Turtle was Leonardo. I heard that a lot, but I just, again, never knew. You nasty? Are they? Am I wrong there? Or is it Michelangelo? Leo is cool. It's all about Mikey. So it's Michelangelo, right? My favorite Ninja Turtle is the one who dies last because he like me. Personally, I wouldn't die. I ain't a bitch. What do we got? All right. In D tier they go. Next, and I already know I wouldn't like this candy even though I've never had it. Paydays. Paydays. In 3, 2, 1. Paydays. 3, 4. I just don't like peanuts, which is weird because I like peanut butter. But I don't like peanuts like that. 2 to 3. I'm not a huge peanut guy, so finally, you guys agreed. Michelangelo, Donatello, Raphael, Leonardo. So who's your favorite? Deep throat that nut bar. You know what's funny? And the reason I haven't moved the tab over of the Ninja Turtles, so when you click on April O'Neil, the actress comes up. You know? So I didn't move it over just in case. You know? S's have it. The paydays go to S. It's all about Donnie. He's so cool. Next, we have Peeps. I'm starting Peeps in 3, 2, 1. Peeps. Yes, the actress. You know what I'm saying? The actress. I don't know people who seriously like Peeps. Like, I'm pretty sure I don't even need to let this finish out. Not candy. I'm willing to put in not candy. Do we agree? Are they not candy? 6. So yeah, they're terrible. Okay. I don't even need to finish this one out. We don't have to finish this one out. Next, Pez. I've never eaten a Pez, but I thought the Pez dispensers were cool. I'm starting that. In 3, 2, 1. Pez. Same as Peeps. All right, 1. Oh, Beryl likes them. Chalk. Let's see. Not candy. Without the dispenser, what are Pez? That's what I'm thinking. Like, Pez dispensers were cool. But the candy themselves, I've never had it. Only because of dispensers. Yeah, it's the dispensers. It's the dispensers. I fucked those dispensers. Interesting. Interesting, Sora. Interesting. Pixie sticks? I used to snort them. Yeah, we're getting there. All right. Pixie sticks. I loved this as a kid. Wait, Sora, we're not voting for that yet. We're about to. Hold on. Stop. All right. Pixie sticks in 3, 2, 1. Pixie sticks. Go. Bruh. You put 4 numbers. I used to love Pixie sticks as a kid. I'm not even going to lie. 2. There we go. I used to love Pixie sticks. I haven't had them in forever, though. How many candies we have? Oh, we still have a good bit. Fun Dip. It basically was Fun Dip, wasn't it? Just without the stick. Just without... As a kid, we loved them. Now it's just fucking colored sugar. That is very true. That's true. That's probably why we loved them as kids. But then you kind of grow up and you're like, a little too sweet. You know you're getting old when you only like things semi-sweet. See, exactly what I was saying. You get a little older and you're like, a little too sweet. A little too sweet. I still really like sweet stuff, though, for the record. But not as sweet as I did as a kid. Okay? Up. Here we go. Unless it's you. The older I get, the spicier I like. The older I get, the less sweet I like. The love action ones. I'm a salt whore. I love the sweet taste of your... What? Also, if you want to watch a good TMT movie, watch the 90s ones. See, the thing now, as weird as it sounds, like now I feel like I've never really thought about it. I never think about it till someone mentions them and I'm like, never seen it. I've never seen it. Oh, let's see where we're at. My fault. You know? Now I'm just like, oh, I just kind of missed that one. The one with Vanilla Ice is fucking Wild Time. See, the other one that I never saw, but I saw the movies much later. What? Also sent you a DM? Okay. I'd also never seen Transformers, but I've seen the movie. Because my friends were like, you gotta come see Transformers. I forgot, did you see my DM? I did. I'm gonna add it, I'll add that one in later. B tier. Got it. Yo, where the fuck is Snow? I think he's probably sleeping, to be honest with you. He finished midterms and he was just exhausted. You know? He pops up in the night streams now. I see him in people's night streams. Next, Pop Rocks. Pop Rocks in 3, 2, 1. Pop Rocks. Used to watch Transformers Beast Wars before school. See, the funny thing is I had a Beast Wars toy that my friend gave me when I was younger. Tell me about it. Slept till 11 today. Yeah, like, I think Snow's just kind of sleeping. But I never actually, like, watched a bunch of it. See you later, chat. Much love to all of you. I gotta go to work now. See you guys later. See you later. We love you here. Hope you have a great day. Have a great day. Oh, let me check your DM, too. Picture to confuse Skratsx. Yeah, what the fuck? They met? There was a crossover episode? There was a crossover episode of Power Rangers and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? What? When did that happen? What the hell? I am confused. That's a weirder crossover than Fairly Odd Parents and Jimmy Neutron. Oh, where did we finish with? Oh, we got a tie. The best? I just don't remember. Like, I never saw it. Best timeline? We're old, bro. The 90s was a confusing time to say the least. Yeah, it seems like it. Pop Rocks. SC. Here we go. Okay, for real this time. Love y'all. We love you. Have a great day. I remember my mom saw a news story about Pop Rocks, and she was like, if a stranger offers you Pop Rocks, do not take them. And I was like, I'm not really taking candy from strangers anyway, Mom, but noted. I definitely will not take strangers' candy. You know, I'm not taking Pop Rocks from randoms. Oh, we have a tie. What are we going to do? What are we going to do if we have a tie? Illy's going to be so mad if she missed. Oh, that's just taking it. I'm taking candy from strangers. Just not have a tie. Oh, the tie's back. Free candy. True. That's a good point. Damn it. All right, we're putting it in the middle. Between S and A, which one do you want? B or A? I mean, between S and C. A? All right. Boom. There we go. Next, Push Pops. Push Pops in 3, 2, 1. Push pops. Push pop. Sugar cocks. Exactly. Exactly. Another tie. I did a Resi 4 cosplay where I cosplay the merchant, and instead of weapons in my coat, I had a bunch of candy. That's a good one. That's a pretty good one. I'm actually excited to play it. That's kind of like the whole purpose of stream right now is me catching up on games I never played. Because I was too caught up playing like 2K and stuff. You know? It looks like C is taking it. C is taking push pop. I never ate push pops as a kid. I'd seen them, but I always said, nah, I'm good. I'm good on those. I don't need a push pop. What one? C. Boom. Next, and I personally would put this straight D, but it's just me. Raisinets. Raisinets in 3, 2, 1. Raisinets. That sounds like a lawsuit. Raisinets. There's a few in here that I'm like, put these bitches low. Yeah, Raisinets. I don't like raisins, so adding chocolate to them is not going to make them better for me. Yeah, raisins are not candy. Raisins, I just want to fight. Raisinets just... Ugh. I feel like that's another staple movie theater candy, right? Like, I see people get those a lot at movie theaters, and I just don't understand those people. You know? Raisins are gross to me. Oh! Whoa! Yeah, old people. Sora, did you put 1 just to put a tie here? Nah, put in D. Okay. I was like, Sora, did you just do that to make it a tie? My mom used to trick me with raisins as a kid and tell me it's chocolate chips. I was violated. Yo. That's abuse right there. Next, and my mom loves these, red vines. Red vines in 3, 2, 1. Yeah, you're a victim. You like raisins, Sora? I hate them. I hate raisins. Skratsx likes raisins secretly. Does what he be raising my dick? Okay, I didn't see that one. I didn't see that one happening. I do not like raisins though. Raisins are very much horrible. They're trash. Just not a fan. I'd rather just eat a regular grape than a dried grape. You know? I think we can agree here. Let's just toss them there. You know? We can just toss the red vines. We can just keep red vines in the worst category. You know? We can stop the timer here. And what's up, Alu? How are you? 1? Ooh. Okay. Now, we've got ring pops. Another thing I loved as a kid. Don't listen to... I was kidding. No, I know he was. I know he was. Now we have ring pops in 3, 2, 1. Ring pops. Sugar chode. Exactly. That feeling when you eat all your pizza rolls, then you think, yeah, I could eat a whole bag. Now you're tempted. It is tempting to eat a whole bag of those. You know? Pizza rolls are so good, bruh. Makes me want to go to the store, and I never want to go to the store. I might need them. I got my first girlfriend with a ring pop. That's Riz right there, Taylor. That right there is Riz. W Riz, 100%. You know, you'd be like, yo, I got you something. There it is. Y'all never been proposed to? No. I haven't. I have not. The only one who ever gave me ring pops was my teacher. But she gave them to everybody before I made that sound weird. I've seen a corn video that doesn't make me ever look at ring pops the same. Yeah, I can see that. I was about to say, she gave them to everybody, not just me. You know, she gave a ring pop to everybody, not just me. Next, we have Rolos. Rolos, I'm starting the timer now. Rolos. Ooh, I hated these. L. Yeah. Rolos. Rolos are like, meh. There's only like a couple more candies where I like them a decent bit. I like chocolate and caramel. I'm not the biggest caramel guy. Caramel's just like okay to me. I don't like fighting the foil. The foil is caramel. Do you say caramel or caramel? I think it's a Texas thing. Maybe. I always hear caramel, so I say caramel. Don't? Oh, you just don't say it? Caramel dancing. Or caramel dancing. Oh, what happened? If y'all don't S tier Toblerone, I will commit arson. B tier got it. It's spelled caramel, not caramel. I know. But there's a lot of words that are spelled differently than they're pronounced, you know what I'm saying? Next, I hated these. Runts. We got runts in the building. Thanks, just gonna do Z for sure. Yep, runts. The A isn't silent. Let's see. Yeah, some people still. Why do we say caramel instead of caramel? Oh, that's because that's the British way to say it. Kind of set myself up for failure on that one, huh? You did. So caramel is how the Brits say it. The Brits say caramel. You know? And the C's have it for runts. Next, we have Skittles. And I'm starting the timer now for Skittles. I like every Skittle except the purple Skittle. The purple Skittles, I always pick those out. I hate those. Purple Skittles are... ugh. The purple Skittle ruins it for me. I literally pour the entire bag out, get the purples out of there, and give those away. Fake M&M. Let's see. We have a 3-way tie. Skittles. I was going to say, I didn't think they put Warheads in here. I used to love Warheads as a kid. We have 17 seconds. We have a 3-way tie. Oh, there we go. Alu coming through. Skittles. I feel like they do belong up there. Except for the purple ones. Get them purples out of here. Here we go. Boom. S tier. They iconic in itself. True. Okay, the 1 second I looked away. Okay. Snickers in 3, 2, 1. Snickers. I'm writing emails right now. That scared the shit out of me. Same. What did you just call me, Skratsx? My fault. Snafro Americans. Snafro Americans. 1. I feel like I don't necessarily like Snickers because I don't like peanuts. Alright, what I miss? Oh, Illy's here. What's up, Illy? I will show you the list in a second. But we're currently voting on Snickers, which I think we're good. I don't think we have to. So I'll show you the list. Here is the candy list so far, Illy. Here it is. This is what we have. You know, how come you can say that and I gotta say, chocolate bar with caramel and nuts? My bad. You know, it's just, you know, you gotta get the pass. You gotta get the pass. You know. So, Illy, how we feeling about the list? How we feeling? Baby Ruth over Snickers? Fuck that. I've never had a Baby Ruth. I'll be honest with you. Now, where is Baby Ruth? Oh, C tier. All y'all are blinded by nostalgia. Go home. All right, Illy, do you remember the rules for the tier list on voting? Rigged? Which one do you disagree? Which Snickers is nasty? Nah, you goddamn right I am, Sora. Okay. Next. I don't know what this one is. What is this? Sweet chocolate non-aerials? Nestle No Caps? Is that what it's called? Snow Caps? Let me see. Nestle Snow Caps. It is Snow Caps. I've never seen these. What? We should have a tier list for anime. That's when the fighting will break. Yeah. So this is what they are. Snow Caps. A lot of the shit, I'm the wrong tier. Okay. We're starting Snow Caps in 3, 2, 1. Snow Caps. Let the Snow Caps voting commence. A lot of shit in the wrong tier. Illy, what's your favorite candy? What the hell even is that? I've never heard of them. I'll show you what they look like again. It looks like they're like dusted in something. I don't know what they are though. Semi-sweet chocolate. Like I don't know what they are. If it's not Reese's, you're wrong. Amen. Amen. I've had them, but feels like a fever dream. Interesting. I've seen them only at the dollar store and the movie theater. I've never seen them anywhere. Ever. Ever. Well, see what has it? D tier. All right. Boom. Sour Punch? Oh, these are the sour straws. Okay. The sour straws are next. And I'm starting the timer now. The sour straws. Fuck you, Glitch. I'm interested to see how the sugar jizz candy is landing. Let's see. I knew the sour straws were going up there. Yo, what is this? Ooze tube? What the fuck is ooze tube? Yeah, I think it's pretty clear what wins here. You know? 3. It sounds wrong. Yeah, like we're not there yet. Put them dick beaters up. Let's dance. You bust it in your mouth. Yeah, you have to squeeze the ooze. Oh, hydrate. Thank you, Saul. All right. The S's have it for the sour straws. Boom. Sometimes shake it up real good first. Yeah, you're going to have to. I feel like you have to make it realistic. All right. I used to use the sour straw as a straw for my soda. A lot of people did. Now we have ooze tube. This right here. I'm starting the timer. Now. Thanks for the hydrate, Saul. Thank you. Sugar come in a tube. Ooze Tube. Ooze Tube. Yeah, you know. Welcome. Ooze Tube. It's still cool that you got to see the Taj Mahal, Saul. That's cool as hell. Ooze Tube just for the name, huh? Spray it on your face. I knew there was something wrong with you. Oh, man. I have a feeling where the next one's going. I have like a little bit of a feeling. All right, I think it's pretty consensus. Yeah, we're D. Yeah, beautiful country. I'm just dozing off randomly due to jet lag. No, I feel that, especially with the time difference, because it's the 18th there, right? I just want to say I love this community. Y'all are some awesome people. I'm saying this community is awesome. Like, I have so much fun with y'all every day, for real.
Ooh, that brother's floating
Yes.
in the air.
I need the full sound for that. Next, I reset it already, right? Next is Sour Patch Kids. I'm starting the timer now. 11:21 p.m. right now. March 18th soon. Yeah, like it's almost a 12-hour time difference from here. Yeah, this is what I figured. Illy. Oh, Illy, we don't have a 6 this time. We only have 5. 1 through 5. Illy, you don't like Sour Patch Kids? I thought everyone liked them. I think it's pretty consensus, though. I think we got a general consensus. Abomination. Whoa. Illy, what's your favorite candy? Goat? That's what I was thinking. Like, I feel like, hell no. I thought everyone loved them. One, yeah, I think it's pretty clear. Let's just put these on up. There we go. Yeah. Illy, we need to talk about this. Yo, what's up, Cass? What's up? Cass, I saw you playing Valheim yesterday. How'd you like it? What the fuck I walk into? Oh, let's give Cass a recap of what we've got so far. Starburst jelly beans. I love Starburst. Here we go. This is the list so far, Cass. What we thinking? You know, that's what we got. Okay, I'm happy you put Kit Kats in S. Yeah, nah, don't switch up. I'm not. I have a diverse candy taste. Next, we have the original Spree. We start in 3, 2, 1. I'm talking about gravity. Oh, Spree. I don't know what Spree is. I'll look it up just in case. Let's see what we got. I'll be back. Okay. Do you know what these look like? Why do these make me think of like... These make me think of those little things that you use at bingo when you were in school. You know what I'm talking about? Those little plastic circles. They make me think of bingo. Starburst jelly beans are gas and so are Sour Patch Kids. I can agree with that. 4. Spree sounds like something a metal vocalist would say before they drop the nastiest breakdown. Yes. Okay. So it looks like they're going C. Spree! And then they just go for it. Like they just start going. They go in C tier. Boom. Next, one of the OGs. You know how it is. Starburst. They're just regular Starburst, not the jelly beans though. Starburst starting now. Yeah, I figured this was gonna. Yeah, I think we know. Yep. I think we know. Hands down. Yeah, I think we knew where Starburst was going. Like, we don't even need to keep going. Yeah, Starburst. Stop the count. Yeah, I think we're good. Starburst are just too good. Okay, what is this? What are these called? Like, I don't remember what these are called. Mike and I can see? Yeah. One of the motherfuckers put Almond Joys on the list. Oh, no. Yeah, no one knows, but I've seen these. Okay. Hold on. I'm starting the vote for them, for these right here, right now. They're dog shit. Yeah, like, I'm starting the vote. Get your votes in for them. It's like poor watermelon flavor. They just appear in your home after you turn 65. That's the candy your grandma had in her purse. It is. Or strawberry. I remember these being strawberry. 3 for nostalgia. Like, I feel like, you know when you walk into school and they have that jar? They're strawberry bun buns? Is that what they're called? Wait. No, that's not what I'm getting. They're good? Illy, where do you put them? You gotta vote. Starburst are trash? Up, we're tied. Skratsx wants my strawberry bun. You know it. So, we have a tie. How old is everyone in this motherfucking chat? All right. It's time for the lurkers to have their voices heard. I don't know what they're called, so I'm putting them those strawberry candies. BD. Let's go. There it is. It's too late. It's too late, Lev. It's too late. You got to vote in this one. Am I the youngest in here? Probably. Unless Ramen's still in here. If Ramen's in here, you're not. Okay. Yeah, you might be. What the fuck? So the B votes were for the nostalgia, Sora. You know how it is. You going to school. You know? You go into school, you see that big ass bowl of candy. When I need grandparents, I'm hitting y'all up. It looks like D tier has it. You know? A solid D tier. Solid. Bro, you're going to regret that if I send you a photo. There we go. D tier. Boom. Let's reset that. Let's reset these votes. We are Sugar Babies. We're starting Sugar Babies in 3, 2, 1. Sugar Babies. This tier list made me want to go brush my teeth again. I'm saying. It can't be worse than the message she sent me. Speaking of messages sent, I followed Sora back so he could send me TikToks and almost instantly regretted it yesterday. almost instantly regretted it yesterday. Sora's message on TikTok was wild, bro. Don't do that. I don't want to be called baby. I love you, man. I opened it. I was like, oh, let's see what TikTok Sora sent me. Insta regret. Sugar babies and sugar daddies give me PTSD. They rip 2 of my fillings. Really? I've never had a sugar baby. Neither the candy or an actual one. What's your Discord? Totally agree. All right. The D's have it. There you go. Restart. Boom. Next, Swedish Fish. Swedish Fish. In 3, 2, 1. Can't afford no sugar babies, especially in this economy. Swedish Fish. Boom. I have a bad memory. Leave me alone. No, you're good. I mean, 1. Okay, so Sora meant S. I see. Swedish Fish. So I know Sora meant here. I know Sora meant S. So it's technically 3-2. 3-2. 3-2. You're good, Sora. I got you. So far, S has it. 4. Swedish Fish. That's hard to say fast. See, Illy, we agree on some things. There you go. Fuck you again, Glitch. I beat the shit out of you. All right. We're good. Let's put them up here. Oops, too far. There we go. Next, we have Sweet Tarts. Sweet Tarts. In 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. The list start. The list has started. Sweet Tarts. I thought it was Sweet Tarts. No, it's Sweet Tarts. Sweet Tarts. Sweet Tarts. They're just not it, bruh. Sweet Tarts are not it, bruh. Bro, we still on this? I've been doing work for a while now. Show me the list. I will show you the list, Doc. We're currently voting on Sweet Tarts, but here is the list now. Here it is. Here it is. I just made an IG. There you go. That is the list so far. Where'd Sweet Tarts land? C. Sweet Tarts. Boom. Sweet Tarts are a C tier. Who the fuck put Baydays, Mr. Goodbar, Mama, and Gummy Bears on the S tier list? What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Oh, man. Here we go. Next, Take 5. Take 5 starts now. A Take 5 bar. Not loving the nut bar, dog. A Take 5. Y'all need to seriously reconsider life decisions. Take 5, get a 5. Let's see. What do they look? Take 5 bar. I've never had this. Oh, it has pretzels in it? Ew. 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 This is what it looks like if you haven't seen it. Good, don't have it. Yeah. Ew. Ew. Oh, we're tied. We have a 3-way tie. I'm gonna find all of you. I bet all the fuckers that put Wheaties and S tier on that cereal list. I hate pretzels. Okay. Skratsx, did I say something about IG before Sora yelled at me about social media? Yeah, you did. You did. Up. Thank you. D tier. Get out of here. Yo, what's Toblerone? You did. I saw it. I voted Wheaties. I responded to that message. You boom. He did. All right. Toblerone. In 3, 2, 1. Toblerone. A Toblerone. How you gonna attack me for not seeing when I responded to it? I did see Illy's thing about Instagram. What is that? Pick? Okay, I got you. Toblerone is this. I've never seen this, but it looks like work. Toblerone is fucking gross. The 5, enough said. It looks like the 5s have it, Barrel. A lot of candy in the D tier. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like we have a decent spread this time. Yeah. There it is, Barrel. There it is, Barrel. IG's enough. I was already nervous to make one. There we go. What did I say? D tier? Yep. Boom. Get the fuck out. I'll show you a decent spread. We need a good spread around here. You know. Next, we have Tootsie Pops. Tootsie Pops in 3 tier. 3, 2, 1. I regret leaving. My vote would have counted. It would have. We had some close ones. Tootsie Pops. My Dot's not S tier. No, they got voted low. Tootsie shit. There it is. Tootsie Pops are low. Dots are trash. I've never had them. Wait. Those are those little... Let me look at Dots. I probably have, and I've had them like once. Oh, I have had Dots. Yeah, I've had these. I don't like those. I'm not a huge fan of Dots. All right. The D's have it. Tootsie Pops. Boom. Boom. All right. Now we have Tootsie Rolls. Tootsie Rolls in 3, 2, 1. Tootsie Rolls. There's way too much garbage on S tier. I will beat the shit out of y'all. Illy, where do you like Tootsie Rolls? I feel like as a kid I was down with Tootsie Rolls. Now not so much. Not so much now. Tootsie Rolls, Swedish Fish. Who put that on S? Are you kidding? That was pretty universal. Fuck no. Those are sub tier. Let's see where we at. Oh, D's have it so far. We got 20 seconds. If you have not voted, yeah, the D's take it. The D's take it. Get the fuck out. It was Gravity. I'm snitching. I love this emote, bruh. It's so good. And with that, boom. D tier. There it is. What are these? Are these the flavored Tootsie Rolls? Oh, Fruit Chews. They are. These are those Fruit Chews. The Fruit Chew Tootsie Rolls. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Fruit Chews. I reach out. Yeah. The Fruit Chews. Where the men at? The Fruit Chews were... You can keep those. You can keep those. They look like waxy soda bottles. Yeah. They were not good. Whisper me in my ear. Okay. We're doing Fruit Chews, Gravity. I want me some Fruit Chews. It says you block whispers from strangers. Yeah, Fruit Chews just aren't it. They're just not it. Mixed with some Swedish Fish. I feel like this list isn't as top heavy as the other lists have been. The other list had too many up here. You know? Too many. Okay, timer's up. D tier. Boom. Get them out of here. Next. Lemon Heads 2. I'm going to have a stroke. Stop showing me. My bad. My bad. Next. Oh, Sour Gummy Worms. We have Sour Gummy Worms up next. In 3, 2, 1. Sour Gummy Worms. Sour Gummy Worms. Let the vote commence. Swedish Chef makes the fish. He does. Yeah, I don't want a muff. Yeah, I feel you, Illy. I feel you. Yeah, I wouldn't post it publicly either. What my ass. Sour Gummy Worms. I feel you on that though, Illy. Don't post it publicly. Them is a hard B. They're not bad. I think it kind of depends if you like sour stuff. One, Doc, do you enjoy anything in life? Doc enjoys a lot, bruh. Oh, we have a tie between S and A. Ooh. I'm realistic on what's good and great. Oh, we have a tie. What candy is this? It's sour gummy worms. Sour gummy worms, Sora. Hurry. Put your vote in before I, 2. All right. The A's have it. Boom. The A's have it. Next is Twix. Twix in 3, 2, 1. Twix. They're great. We got Twix bars. I don't like sour candy. Yeah, I think it depends on if you like sour. I like Twix. One. Twix is good. Twix is a good one. Twix are like almost S. Are you a left Twix or a right Twix? Which side are you on? Left or right? 2. I'd agree with that. I wouldn't say they're quite S. Right Twix. There we go. There we go. I agree. Almost S, not quite. Twix is not amazing, but not horrible. Like, Twix is solid. Slightly above mid. Twix is a solid candy. Fuck you mean 5, Glitch? I just realized 5. And the A's have it. I mean, you got a left hook coming to the ground. So the A's have it. Boom. Twix. The shit you put on S and you're saying Twix is a 5? Get the fuck out. Okay. I have personal feelings about this next candy. Twizzlers. I'm starting it in 3, 2, 1. Me personally, I don't like any kind of licorice. So Twizzlers are terrible. I don't like Twizzlers. You know? Me and Twizzlers are just not cool. I don't fuck with them. Hobo dumpster fire. Run me my face. Only the strawberry Twizzlers. I don't like any of them. Yeah, I don't like any Twizzlers. What number is just a straight dead animal asshole? That's what Twizzlers are. So 5. Let's put. I agree with Cursed. I just don't like Twizzlers at all. Twizzlers are like one of those candies your friend eats. And it's like, hey, do you want one? And you're like, fuck it. Yeah, I'm hungry. Yeah, you're like, You know you're eating Twizzlers last of the Halloween candy. Yeah, exactly. So now, I eat Twizzlers at the movie theaters because it takes me a long time. And it doesn't taste terrible. Sora, did you vote? Did you put your number in? I'd prefer those over fucking candy corn. Okay, Twizzlers and B. Yeah, candy corn. Where'd candy corn go? I think candy corn's down. Yeah, candy corn's right here. Candy corn's in D. That's what Nerds Ropes are for. So, Curse, they put Nerds Rope in D. They put them in D tier. They put Nerds Rope in D tier. You damn right I made sure candy corn is down on that list. Yeah. Next we have Warheads. Warheads in 3, 2, 1. Warheads. What? Oh, you like candy corn, Ellie? It was a debate. There was very few who liked them. There's very few who like candy corn over here. Like, yeah, people were not fucking with it. I'm about to change niggas' minds today. Illy, I fought for candy corn to be an S tier. Gravity did, but it was a losing battle. It was a losing battle. You know? Time to get on knees. They just... Even TikTok wasn't fucking with the candy corn. They just were not liking it. Respect. It's delicious. Oh yeah, Glitch was there too for it. If you got candy corn as a kid during trick or treating, I egged those houses, motherfuckers. Yes, the power of prayer, you know. And just like that, Warheads, C tier. C tier. Boom. Candy corn is like the Wheaties of candy. It's a fucking joke. Okay. Next, we have Werther's Original. These butterscotch candies. In 3, 2, 1. The butterscotch. These are the classic old people candies. Skratsx Gravity said, fuck you. I wrote Skratsx in this bit. What? What? Some shit my great-great-grandpa would eat. Yeah, these. We have 3 votes for S. Yo. Yep, I will take the old people's candy. I was not expecting this. Bro, those do not belong near Reese's or Snickers. Whose grandma voted at... Okay, we have a 3-way tie. I mean, a 2-way tie. This is getting interesting. We have 15 seconds left. Okay. D has taken him back. Get him out. Like, these are the classic grandparent candies. It looks like D has taken it out. Werther's. It was a close battle. Y'all are sugar demons. But Werther's are down. What are these? Whatchamacallits. Okay. Next, we have whatchamacallits. Close my ass. Get them out. I only hate them because I've had them so much in church. I can give you the same. Here we go. Whatchamacallits in 3, 2, 1. Put them next to black licorice. You want some butterscotch, grandson? Hell no, grandpa. Whatchamacallits. If you don't know what those look like, let me do it. It's like a take 5. Yeah, if they have a pretzel in it, I'm just instantly noping out of there. You know? I'm just instant nope. Here's a whatchamacallit if you haven't seen it. It's made with chocolate, peanut flavored crisps, and for Sora, caramel. You know? I've never had one. Ooh, one. I will shit my pants. There we go. I had it once. Tastes like unexpected dick in your mouth. That's the best candy review I've ever heard. And just like that, D tier. D tier. Now, we have, and I've seen this at Halloween a lot, Whoppers. Whoppers will begin in 3, 2, 1. Whoppers. I've been rejected. Whoppers. 2 or 3. Malt balls suck. Y'all got shit taste buds. You still on the tier list? Yeah, we're almost done. We're almost done. Okay, so 3, subpar. So it looks like we're gonna have S. Are you fucking kidding? Man, it looks like the A's are taking it. 4. Lagate, why haven't you been? I think Lagate just got back. He just got back. Trolling, he put S on everything. Here we go. It looks like the A's have it for Whoppers. Boom. Oh, wait. 3? So we have a tie? Cheese. So we have a tie. Okay, wait. So, you know what we have to do when we have a tie? Hold on. Hold on. Whoppers. S, A, B, C, D. Lurkers. Lurkers, it's your time. 2-1 though. That's because I thought you said 3 for B. If anyone says they've had 0 bar is lying. I've never had a 0 bar. Ooh, a poll. But what the fuck? Payday doing an S tier? It was voted. It looks like if this is a tie, I'm just putting it back in A where it looks like on this one. It looks like we're staying in the top. It's the nut bar. Yeah. Yeah. Baby Ruth better be a S tier. Ooh, cursed. I'll show you where Baby Ruth is. I left for a bit and Payday ends up on that shit because everyone likes nuts in their mouth. Y'all be putting some stupid shit in S tier. This is the least amount of S tiers that we've had. Yeah, okay. It's staying in A. It's staying in A, where I put it. Whoppers, go back up. There you go. Another 3-way. Yeah, I'm just going by this one then. I woke up and saw. Here we go. Cursed. Baby Ruth made it to C tier, cursed. So now we have, and I think I know where this one's going, a York Peppermint Patty. York Peppermint Patty begins in 3, 2, 1. York Peppermint Patty. New York candy. Here's the S tier. Illy. Abomination. Yeah. I figured that this is where, yeah. This. Wait. Not a candy. Get that shit out of here. Yep, that's what I thought. That's where I thought this was going. You like it? I don't really like mint anymore. Frozen, it's a 3. Okay. Okay. Glitch likes anything with fucking mint and chocolate. Yeah. What the fuck is this shit? Hey, Beck, how are you? You're just in time to see where the tier list went. Anything with mint is toothpaste. Yeah. Frozen, it's a Frozen 6. Oh, Lord. What's up, Beck? How are you? How are you? How's it going? Oh, and just like that, the D's have it. This is American chocolate, therefore it is ass. I've heard our chocolate is bad. Next, what is a 0 bar? What is that? It's really, I've heard it is. I've heard it's really bad. What is this? So next we have a 0 bar. We are starting that in 3, 2, 1. There we go. There it is. I need this link and we all got to do our tier list. I'll give you the link. A 0 bar. There it is. What is a 0 bar? What candy? A 0 bar. I'll show you what it looks like. This is what a 0 bar looks like. It kind of looks like tuna. It looks like tuna in the middle, kind of. Get it out. Doesn't it kind of look like tuna? Scratch, you look handsome today. Thank you so much, Beck. Thank you. Thank you. So it is described as, for Sora, caramel, peanut, and almond nougat covered with white fudge. You know? Okay, deadass, I'll make a Discord right now. Send the link and post it in Discord. Okay, make a Discord and join in and I'll send it to you if you want to do it. It's like peanut butter nougat. Yeah. Daddy Scratch looks handsome every day. Oh, thank you. You're too nice. You're too nice. What one? D tier. All right. There it is. That completes the tier list. Wait, Daddy. Bro, I'm oddly invested in this shit. Isn't it like, it's very immersive. You know? So here is our list. Let's zoom in a little bit so we can review the list. The timer can move now. I'm glad I suggested this. To be honest, you did. This is bullshit. Erase the S tier. Give me stuff to look forward to. I like it. So in S tier, we have Reese's. I think we can all agree on Reese's, right? Reese's is S tier. We have gummy bears. We're gonna review every tier list. Here, I'll post a tier list if you want it. That's on. Let me put it in general. Here's the link to the tier list if you want to fill it out. There it is. I put it in general. Gummy bears are ass. Skratsx tried to show me his meat hammer on the stream when no one was in here. I tried to vote down gummy bears. Skittles are not S. Who soiled ass taste buds? Yeah, Apocalypse was the only one. So this is S. We have Reese's. I want to see a meat hammer. Everyone do that tier list. I mean, what? Lemon heads, get them out. I don't know what Mamba is again. Peanut M&Ms, Mr. Goodbar, Paydays, Skittles, Snickers, sour. These are the sour straws. Now Ferrero Rocher or S, please. I've heard they're good. Mr. Goodbar out. I'll beg on my knees. I mean, I can move them up. It was chat. Remember, I didn't do this. Swedish ass shit out. You got me fucked up about my Mamba. You like Mamba, Illy? Illy, I gotta see your tier list. Tell me when you make a Discord so I can give you the Discord link. Because I put the link in my general. Swedish fish is not candy. Your Mamba ass, get them out. And we have Starburst in here. You know? Discord, there it is. There's the link. Join up. If you want to do your tier list, we can review them. You know? A tier, we got Ferrero Rocher. We got Three Musketeers. We got the Butterfinger. We got a Nestle Crunch Bar. Gummy worms. The classic Hershey's milk chocolate. Why Lifesavers a B? Where are they? Oh, these are the hard candy ones too. The gummy Lifesavers are C tier. Pop Rocks need to be S tier simply for the blowjobs alone. That sounds interesting, Cursed. Crunch on A. This is why I love the tier list. You know? At first you're like, tier list. Then you start doing it. It's a solid list. Pop Rocks ain't no S, god damn it. This is why Mamba's up there. Cursed, I'd be interested in experimenting with that. I'm saying, like, I'm interested now. Color me interested. What? We got jelly beans. Jelly Belly jelly beans in A. A juicy drop pop. Never had it, but it made it. The classic Hershey's Kisses. A crackle bar. Crackle bar, I learned that's the name. Lindor. Oh, you can't see it. Hold on. Let me just minimize. Let me make this list smaller. We have the Lindor right here, 100 grand on C. Show the ooze. Oh, we do have it. The ooze tube. I'll get a better picture of that. Pop Rocks suck, but getting sucked with Pop Rocks does not. Let me show you the ooze tube. Please. Please don't be weird. Google. Please. So these are just open image, a new tab. Here's the ooze tube. Oh, bro, stop the stream. Stop the fucking stream. Move that pic. Move it. Okay. Okay. What am I looking at? Which one? Who the fuck put Jelly Bellies on A tier? Are you fucking joking? This is why I love these. You know? Everything is turned into Among Us. All y'all sus. I want me some Jelly Bellies. Oh my god, bro. Oh. Yo, what's up, Gravity? Oh, man. Oh, God. I love this. Sora, this was goated. We need an Among Us stream with viewers one day? Yes. This chat has scarred me. That'd be fucking lit. 100%. For real, all y'all are hella sus, especially Landed. Did someone say my name? I did. I said, Sora, this was a good suggestion. Trip and land in this dick. Damn it! How did I was just reading and got... I'd murder y'all in Among Us. We should play. I've only played like one time though, so I'm not great, but I'll play. Damn it! TikTok? Yep, you know it is. That's going on TikTok. Got him. Yeah, it's going on TikTok. Curse has got me twice this week. I lowered my guard, and I got again. Curse. Damn it. Fucking Jelly Belly. Are y'all fucking joking? I want names. I think we have to go back. We have to see who did it. I need to see the order again. I'm actually upset. Go ahead and get your picture, man. Jelly Belly's a shit. Fight me. We can't name names. Gravity. Wait for the VOD to post. Yeah. I'm posting this on YouTube today. I want to hit the red button quick. Get him out. Let's not talk about your S tier list. I'll snitch. We do have to play Among Us. That'd be fun. Let's go, Lev. You want to dance? Oh, man. Oh, the sus people in chat. I'm trying to think. What were the universals? The universal we had, obviously Reese's. Reese's was universal. Snickers was universal, pretty much. Who else? Hey, man, don't hate the player, hate the game. L. Lev, what are your, what don't you like here? Starburst. Oh, yeah, Starburst was also universal. I'm moving these up because they were universal. Gummy Bears were too, and so were Sour Patch Kids. Among Us, I'm gunning you 3 down first, chasing those asses down. Oh, yeah, Lev doesn't like chocolate. Okay, I've done the tier list. Okay. How do I share it? Put it in the general tab and I'll bring it up. Wait, save it. Save a picture of it. So what you do, save or download it right here, Beck, and then put the picture in the Discord. All jokes aside, I respect y'all choices and candy. There we go. There we go. I respect y'all, you know. This is a fun list. The other question that we need to answer is what list are we doing next week? I don't, bitches. Shit, I don't respect your choices in candy. Jelly Bellies. Shit. So yeah, if you want to post it, save or download your list. Download it and then put it in the Discord. Come at me. Oh, do I have a screenshot button for this? I do. Can you make a community section tab in your server? What do you mean? Oh, for community posts? Sure. Can't say I win by default. For suggestions. Yeah, let me put a suggestions tab up. I'll just name it suggestions for now. And then I will, I'll put a thing by later. There it is. Yeah, I have it in here. It's up there now. But I have like suggestions for events and other things. Yeah, it's in there now, Sora. Enjoy. Okay. Beck has given her list. Here it is. Here is Beck's list. Please get me away from that S tier list. Show me the positives of D tier. Okay, here's the D tier. I'll look at those in a second. Let's look at Beck's list. Stop. Okay. Beck's list. We have Ferrero Rocher. Go back to yours. Okay. Yes. Hers is way worse. Let me see what we got. Beck has Ferrero Rocher, M&M's, Reese's. Oh, Beryl like this. Toblerones. Go Dr. Yours right. A tier, we have Kit Kats, Crunch Bar, Kinder Eggs, Twix, Werther's, and Rolos. Okay. B tier, peanut M&Ms, Fun Dip, Nerds, Snickers, Skittles. Toblerone on S, get them out. Werther's A, get them out. C, Jelly Bellies, Jolly Ranchers, Starburst, and Mike and Ike's. Fun Dip lower. Oh, it is in B. And then D tier, Gobstopper, the sour ones, Gummy Bears, Lindor, Hershey's Kisses, Hershey's Chocolate, and these orange slices. And the rest she's never had them. Never had them. My grand always had Werther's in the care home. Yep. Werther's, we said, that's the old people. That's the old people candy. This ain't childhood trauma. We're adults now. That shit ain't up there. I'm back. Welcome, Cass. We are reviewing the list. I am my childhood trauma. Here we are. Here is our list right here. Cass, what you thinking? This is what we have. Erase that list back. The public doesn't deserve that. Oh man. Wow. Oh man. This is a pretty evenly distributed list. This is one of our most legit. I'm gonna time out everyone for Raisinets and Baby Ruth. Wait, Curse, you like Raisinets? I like this list. I respect the Reese's on top, Lev. Did Lev say that? She put Reese's up top? I think Bex is more reasonable. Where the fuck are Raisinets? They are D tier. I said Baby Ruth good, but no one listened. Yeah, Raisinets are D tier. Along with Andes, Boston Baked Beans, Bottle Caps, Candy Corn. I forgot what this one's called. Fireball. You love Raisinets? I don't care. Fun Dip. This was another caramel candy. Gobstoppers. Good and plenty. You aren't allowed to talk shit about my picks. They're good. Raisinets are fire. Interesting. I need this to play again. Hello? Why'd this stop? Oh, this one. I'm taking all the shit. Where are they? Neither are you. No. Ew, society doesn't deserve them. Wait, Beck, did you rate? Where are Raisinets? Raisinette. Oh, there. You haven't had them. Okay. I didn't see him. Get him out. Get him out. Get him out. I have. Why is this stop playing? Hello? Thank you. Get them out. Oh, wrong list. Are they just chocolate raisins, though? They are. They're raisins covered in chocolate. I personally don't like raisin because I've had them many times. Yeah, that's what they are. Bro, give a kid Raisinets and Reese's and see. They're good. I don't like raisins, though. That's my whole thing. Me and raisins were like this. You know? Me and Reese's were locked in. But me and raisins spread. Raisinets are different than chocolate-covered raisins? Are they? Enemies to lovers. Are they? Are they different? Let me see the description of them. I'm ready to fight right now. Let me see what they are. Raisinets. They are described as... Let me see these ingredients. No. The milk chocolate on Raisinets is God's cum on raisins. Just let me go snort some adrenaline. Friendship's been broken till this day. Yeah, it happens, bro. These are very controversial. You know? They're very controversial. I'm trying to look for a good description. Made with sun-ripened, juicy California raisins and gluten-free chocolate. This delicious treat has 30% less... Oh. Bro, Butterfinger would be S if it didn't get stuck on my whole ass tooth. Good choice, A tier? I think so. I think Butterfingers are a solid A. Raisins are fucking trash. I just don't like. I don't like raisins. You know? I just don't like it. Illy, are you doing the tier list right now? I'm waiting for yours. T-Rolly, A tier? Oh, yeah, the sour gummy worms. The fuck goes candy shopping? Not yet. Okay. Yep. This is what we got right here. This is what we got. We did say Altoids are not candy. Those are just mints. We don't consider that candy over here. And obviously, black licorice is an abomination. I gotta run the Lowe's for more woodworking shit, but I'll be back. Okay. Safe to say, I'm disappointed in y'all. Y'all need Jesus. Okay. While we have you here, Doc, I gotta show you the other ones we've had. Where are the other tier lists we've had? So, I don't know if you like cereal, but here's our cereal tier list that happened. This is the cereal tier list that happened last time. Jesus likes Raisinets. I mean, don't know what Jesus gonna do, but sure. Go to goat. Here it is. There's the goats. I'll do it after we hit Mass Effect. Too much Dr. Animus. Wait, cereal? Yeah, we did a cereal tier list 2 weeks ago. Wheaties, Frosted Flakes. All cereal is D. I don't really like cereal like that. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? This is, yeah, someone put fucking Wheaties on goat tier. Fucking outrage. How is Captain Crunch A tier? Skratsx, we about to be besties? I can feel it. We are, Beck. We're about to be locked in. Locked in. That shit goater S. Cookie Crisp is goated. Let's see what else we got. There we go. There's the rest. There it is. That's the list. I think Jesus was a real man and he wasn't the son of God. He was just the world's greatest drug dealer and had that God bud. Could you imagine if that was like, if someone made a movie on that? Oreos, S tier? I've never had Oreos. I was surprised that was a thing. Y'all think Wheaties is better than Cookie Crisp? I'm shooting checks off S tier. Get this away. Okay. There was another tier list that we had. Where is it? I believe it's this one. This is chips. Chips. Hold up. What's up? I'm so upset right now. I can't believe Wheaties got goat tier, man. Should have been F. What the fuck is that pink cereal box? Which one? This one? This was Frankenberries. Frankenberries. Where are my Sun Chips? Sun Chips. The red bag made goat. Right here. And then, where's the other bag? My ass cheese is goat. Frankenberry and Count Chocolate are good. Over my dead body. What the fuck is Frankenberries? And the other bag of Sun Chips? F. They put it in F. Sun Chips should have all been F. Oh, crisp. So we got a good... This is the chip list so far. Well, that's what was voted on. I wish I'd been here for this one. Cheese Sun Chips is goated. Where are the cheese ones? This is the regular one. I don't think they put that one on the list. Or did they? Am I missing it? Oh, here's another one. I don't think they put cheese on it. Yeah, hold on. There are so many things that point to Jesus being a weed dealer. He cured a man's blindness, aka glaucoma. He fed 5,000 people with just 2 baskets of food. Now they all got baked as fuck and didn't realize how much they ate. I do it all the time. He walked on water. No, they were sailing stone and he landed on below the surface sandbar. Y'all are some jits for real. Nope, nasty. Taki's goated. Get the fuck out. Get them out. Run up, Buttercup. Yeah, this was the list. Takis was a very controversial one. There's a lot of arguments about those. There's a lot of arguments about these spicier chips on this list. You know? Takis can suck this ass. You know? All these kids know how to do is eat hot chips and lie. That's exactly what Gravity said last time. I had enough of your shit. What is this emote, bro? I love it. Oh, the Lilo win. The Lilo emote. How the fuck are original Doritos or Cool Ranch not goated? They got voted down and flavored is at Jesus and his 12 homies had no job, but were welcome with open arms in each town. He had bitches washing his feet, and the Romans and Jews killed him because he was making money on their turf and not paying them. I can't take this. So, those are our tier lists so far. Get this away from my eyes. We'll go back to the current tier list. You know, the more I look, the more I see. So this is our tier list today. Pimping Jesus is my favorite. Did you see that there's a game? That there's a game? So here's our tier list for this time. Got that? Need the screenshot for that. You know? This is officially our candy tier list. As you can see, it was voted on by chat. We have some disagreements here, but this is the official candy tier list. I spent way too much time fighting y'all on stupid ass shit, and it was worth it. Wasn't it? Wasn't this fun? Not high enough, but it makes sense if you look at the Bible and history. Like, this was fun. I love the tier list. We have to decide which one we're doing next. We have to think what tier list we're doing next. I like tier lists on Fridays. Bro, do a whole ass dinner tier list? Ooh, let's see what we got. Spaghetti. Let's see. Dinner dishes? Oh, we got a whole list here. Waffles. Steak. Let's see what we got. So we could do dinner. Breakfast tier list. Let's see what we got. White people dinners. I swear to fucking God, if you put raw oysters on S list, I will lose it. Are oysters on here? Where are they? This is a lot. Or do we have to make our own? No offense to anyone. No, you're fast food. Oh, fast food chains. Second row, up in mid. Oh, wait. Up in, what is this? Why is Chewy bars in here? Fast food be lit. Second row up. Oh, okay. Oh, right here. Yeah, I see him. I see him. Why is a Chewy bar on here? That doesn't make any sense. Why is a Chewy bar on this list? Weed tier list? I couldn't do it. I don't think they've made a weed tier list. Struggle dinner. That is. Fast food chain sounds interesting. I think we're going to do fast food next week. Let's find a good one so I can favorite it. Fast food. Is this all of them? Are we missing any here? Who out here eating granola bars for dinner? A Chewy dinner. I swear I'll fight y'all on this list. Chick-fil-A goated. I think this is the list. Are we missing any restaurants here? That's perfect. Okay, so this is the list for next week. This will be Friday's list. Weed tier list would definitely isolate me. Me too. I think that'd just be like Cass, Cursed, and Apocalypse. You know? I think this will be good. Wendy's S tier. Yo, Doc, we are locked in. We're locked. So this is the list we're doing next week. This list is going to be varied depending on where you're from and how much you travel. That's true. Because we don't have a Moe's here. No, thank you. I'm going to stay innocent on drinking and smoking. I think this will be good. I'm excited for this. I'll isolate us in a dark room. You won't. I dare you. Skratsx, we're locked in. These people, though. We're locked in. Wendy's is so good. Is Nando's on this? I don't think so. I don't see it. No. No. What is Jollibee? I don't know what Jollibee is. I know some of these. I know what Blimpies is specifically because my football coach in high school was big on it. On the right. I don't know, but its mascot makes me a little uncomfortable. You already know some of these bastards will fight for McDonald's shit. Yo, what's up, J Bell? You know who you are. Get him out. What's up, J Bell? We just did our tier list. I will show you what it is. Let me go back. This was our candy tier list. This is the candy tier list we did, J Bell. You know? Doctor, I'll put you down. McDonald's is my medicine. Oh, next week is going to be so good. Next week's tier list is going to be so good. Get the fuck out. I'm simping for White Castle. I've only had White Castle one time. I'll grow on you. Just give it time. Skittles isn't S tier? It is. Oh, no, you're saying it's not. Legit, it's my meds. Chick-fil-A shits on McDonald's. I love Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A is so good. I'm bringing my boxing gloves next week. Yeah, get ready. Definitely calling out of work again. Get ready. Fast food tier list next week. We're locked. We are locked in for next week. Get ready. It's going to be fun. Skittles now aren't the Skittles I had growing up. J-Bell, what's your favorite candy? Bro, I will be here. I refuse to let y'all vote without me. Refuse. Chick-fil-A is the Chipotle of chicken sandwich. Overrated and overpriced. Oh, next week is going to be so good. Next week is going to be so good. Oh, I can't wait. I cannot wait for next week. A tier list a week is solid. That is a solid one. I like a tier list a week. You know, not overdone, but we're good. I like it. Yeah, just one day a week of near murder. Exactly. Well, I fully expect y'all tasteless fuckers to jack that list up. Reese's are probably what I grab most often, or Snickers. Good man. I like that, J-Bell. I like that. I like that. Oh, man. I love it. This list was probably more debated than the cereal one. The cereal tier list was controversial. You know? The cereal tier list was controversial. That's why I only do smut once a week. Yeah, you gotta limit it back, you know? Small doses. If you overdo it, it's not fun anymore. And we have to keep this is like us spicing up our relationship, you know? If Skratsx cake was on the candy list, that's triple S tier. 10,000% my choice. Whoa. But shark smut is twice a week. And I'm more all gas, no brakes. I can understand that, you know? Did someone say Skratsx cake? Where? No, it's not on the list. It's not on the list, Sora. It's not on the list. Yeah, you're good. You're good. Don't worry. It's not on the list, bro. It's not, you know. Not on the list. It's on the list. Is it? Okay, back to what I was saying. Okay, Skratsx, let me see them buns. Wish list. Okay. Next week, Curse, you can't talk shit if McDonald's is your goated pick. Get the fuck out. Oh, next week is your opinion is McDonald's. Next week is gonna be so good. Let me duplicate this so I can look at this list again. Oh yeah. You get what you pay for. He owes us 36 seconds of twerking. Curse timed out Schnookums for 10 seconds. So now we're gonna watch Maury tell us who's the daddy, right? That's a Lev stream thing. Lev loves those. This right here, this is my drama. Get him out. Shake that ass! Exclamation mark Sora. McDonald's is honestly mid. We all eat it because it's convenient. I never said goated. I said my meds. That's true. That is true. That is true. This list is going to be, I can't wait. I'm so excited for this. Oh, I love this. Yep. You know, every other day of the week, we're all good. McDonald's burgers got the drugs in them. They do. McDonald's as a whole, they're the drug dealers. Waffle House is S tier. I will legit get better from near death from eating some double cheeseburgers. It's all the antibiotics. I can see that. All right, time to see Shepard punch, motherfuckers. You're right. You're right. It's not a Waffle House. It's a Waffle Home. Okay. We do have to open the game. Where is my... We do. We have to do at least one mission. We have not gamed at all. That tier list was goated. I need to tweet that tier list out. Let me tweet it. Let me download it. Hold on. While I'm opening the game. Saved it to videos. Waffle House can't be beat at 2 a.m. drunk stone. I agree. Black Shepherd fucks. He does. Also, yeah, it's dinner and a show. Hi. Oh, Snow. You missed the tier list. Here's the tier list. We just did candy. Snow, welcome in. Welcome in, Snow. The thing with McDonald's is you're out and about, hungry as fuck, and guaranteed there's a street corner with one within a mile of your location. So you grab some chicken nuggets and leave. What's up, Snow? How are you? Hi, can you say hi, Dixie Normus? Have you seen that they've been getting RDC with that a lot? But that's the tier list. Let me open up Mass Effect and let me tweet out the tier list. Mass Effect. Where's the screenshot? Here is the screenshot. Let's go to Twitter. Lemonhead S tier. Wow. I haven't ordered biggest for myself since like 2005 when they changed the nuggets. They're ass now. John, this will make or break me. Please give me your opinion. Okay, here we go. I'm tweeting this for the record. 50 Cent. Yo, what's up, Chris? What up? Okay, this is opening. Let me tweet this tier list. But I don't eat McDonald's. I was fighting the losing battle to those lemon suckers. Yeah, Apocalypse was trying, bro. He really was trying. You and wifey are like-minded there. Where is the picture? I just had it. Oh, here it is. You loyal? Hey, bro, where have I seen you from? Oh, I remember now. It was in the dictionary next to the word gorgeous. Oh, Chris. You flatterer, Chris. If I could blush, I'd blush. And here it is. Actually, let me look. And here it is. The official candy tier list. Parentheses. Voted on by chat. Love the tier lists. Boom. Tweet it. It's on Twitter now. Skratsx? Yes. Yes. Yes, Doc. Swear word tier list? Oh, do they have one? Let's see. What is Marxical? Swear word offensiveness. Hold on. Let me full screen just in case. Just in case. Some of these I don't know. I'm gonna be honest with you. Cunt is untouchable as the greatest word of all time. It's on here. So here's what I found so far. I didn't know flaps was a cuss word. I mean, there's so many greats. There are. Does this cover them all, or are we missing some? If it's snow in the middle, I blow in the middle. Beef flaps. Yeah, like, guys, don't do any sneaky shit on this goated ass streamer. Yeah, like I was looking. We're good. Fuck is multifunctional and has no comeback. Fuck you, exactly. Beef. Some of these I've never seen. Like I've never seen some of these. Or didn't think some of the. Bro, this is the list. We're saving this list. This is going to be the swear word list. Lock them up mid-vote and describe it. That's exactly what we need. We're doing this one. Hey, Minja's on the list. Is it over? Yeah, we're about to start. We're about to do a mission. Jesus made the list. He did. It is. So this is going to be our swear word tier list. These are going to be our lists. Ukake is a gift, not a curse. This is it. We're going to get like 1 hour of actual gameplay. Yeah, we are. We got like an hour. Like an hour. Okay. Jizz is on here. My favorite right now is beef curtains. Beef curtains is my favorite one. Oh, this is gonna be great. Dildo, is that is on here. And fanny. You know? That's lunch, not a curse word. Like, we got a solid list here. Solid list. This list was made by a 13-year-old, and I love it. I'll update Steam later. I've had a lot of Steam updates. You put your dildo back in my fanny pack. Okay. I need to pause the music. It's gameplay time, Legate. Watch. Gameplay time. Gameplay time. Oh, God. I cannot wait. I can't wait for these lists. So we have a fast food list. Let me duplicate this tab and go back so I have the fast food list up. And we have a swear word list. It's going to be good. I got to restart my computer. Okay. Let me know when you're back. Jon Snow, it's not a dildo, BB. It's all Schmeat. Game. Just kind of waiting for Shepard to pop up. There he is. And then let me change the game category to Mass Effect. There we go. Dunzos. Boom. There we go. Oh, that was great. That was great. Oh, it's organic. Very nice. What are we doing? Right, my little sexy babies. I'm gonna play a couple of games of Fortnite. See you soon. See you soon, Beck. Thank you for stopping in. We love you. Thank you for stopping in. It was fun. And thank you for doing your tier list. Wait. Beck, okay. Wait. What? We love Beck. We love Beck around here. The motherfucking queen, true. Oh, you cursed?
Gravity 44
Yo!
gifted Becca
Thanks for
Dactyl
gifting Becca
subscription.
sub!
Gravity 44 gifted a tier 1 sub
Thank
to
you!
Becca Dactyl. They have given 4 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you. Thank you for gifting Becca sub. Welcome to the Scrat Pack. Thank you. Thanks for the gift sub. Mate, I'm banned from any more this month. I felt so bad. No, you're good. You are good. Thank you. Look for the Arrival DLC on the Galaxy map. Okay, you're back. Got you. Okay, so we're doing the Arrival. Who do I bring? Shadow Broker base. We did that. Where's the... How do I get out of here? I had the worst experience sleeping last night. What happened? Where is the mass relay? I love by love. Skratsx. Yo, we love you back. Thank you. Mass relay is another system. I would say hit me up for Fortnite, but I'm shit. No, we can still play. I'm shit too. I haven't played in forever. DM me your epic tag, Beck, and I'll add you, and we can play. We can play. I'm not good either, so we're good. Beck carries. Yeah, I'm expecting to be put in a backpack. See you later, Beck. Thank you. In my server, we also do tier lists based off the people in it. For example, don't show this image on stream, but check DMs. Here's the risk tier list. Okay. Fortnite gameplay on stream? Maybe. Am I going to the wrong spot? You did that tier list for 4 hours? It was a good list. I can't even lie to you. Beck's actually pretty good now. She's squad wiping solo. Yeah, I need the backpack. You got to go to one of the systems. Okay. I've been watching her growth. You have to move to another? Which one? What game? Fortnite. Beck's gonna put me in a backpack. Oh, there's the mass relay. I see it. I got it. Thank you. We're good now. You think I have all the solar system memorized? Maybe. Maybe. Maybe, bruh. You gotta play Fortnite? Do we? We need a community day. We should just have a community day where we play like Among Us, Fortnite, and all that stuff. You know? Now we're going to... I'm not good anymore, but I used to make monies in it. Really? Legate, which one am I doing again? Omega, right? Jackbox is a fun community game? Yeah, we could do that. Not Omega. Overlord? Is it Overlord? Sure, do over... Wait, what was the other one you said? Start with an A, right? Rescue Dr. Kinson. Wait. Do we have to rescue the doc? I said Arrival. Okay. You need to play My Throat. That's a community game. Interesting. Arrival is Dr. Kinson. Okay, bet. We'll do that. We'll do Dr. Kinson and we'll do Overlord. Exclamation mark snow. Yes. Exclamation mark snow. All right, let's rescue the doc. Skratsx, listen. Excellent stream, homie. Very impressed. You got an epic community. Thank you, doc. I love them. This community is awesome. It's so fun. Definitely a typo. And we love having you in here, doc, too. For real. Again, one of the best streamers out there. By far. If you are not already following the doc, follow the doc. Let's do... Where is it? We can use Skratsx. Yeah, use mine. Let us... Let's see. If you don't already, follow the doc.
Enemy down.
Follow the doc.
Just
I've been Skratsx Sports, so I can time out Dr. Seuss for a while today.
Recharging my shield.
You know what I'm saying? Doc is awesome.
That's squad.
He's awesome.
Looking up.
He is awesome. And congrats again for 300. I think we're good. I think we're good on that. Let's take this out back. Here we go. Am I not taking anybody with me on this one? Is it just me? Give you the 1-2. Yo, this suit is sick. Just daddy. Outback like the steakhouse. You know what it is? Okay, in we go. Skratsx requesting permission to land my big black Normandy on your planetary moons. I wouldn't say my moons are planetary. This guy. Outback like the steakhouse. Nah, might as well go to my bedroom because 95% of fights end up going to the ground, and if we go to the ground, I'm fucking you. What the fuck? Oh man.
They've seen us.
Oh shit. Why do I have this out? Hold on. The fuck? I got a bone to pick with you. Gets on the ground. Now we wait. Yeah, we have no chill here. Takes off, man. Oh man, I love you guys. You guys are so funny, bro. You guys are funny as hell. I take it we drop down, right? No. I don't even know what's happening. I just said Outback. Oh man. Sus, get him out. Oh God. You guys got me crying, bruh. Oh my God. I got a feeling if we fight, I'll take a pounding. No, bruh. Oh man.
This place is run down, even for a prison.
The fuck? All I heard was Outback. No, you were right. And then it went from there. So I was like, this a bar. It was a bar. It was. Get over here, I'll show you sus, doctor. Sorry I passed out in your stream the other night, fam. I was tired as fuck. Wouldn't even be considered a fight. That'd be straight porn. Overlord is the better DLC in my... But this one's good? Okay. Oh, we need a code. We can do both. We'll do both DLC. We'll wrap up the DLC today. Because we did the longest DLC yesterday, right? Don't threaten me with a dinner date. Yeah? Okay. Good gravity. I appreciate you though, fan. Yo, Alu's streams are lit. I'm not gonna lie. I like his streams. I was in there yesterday till my power went out. It took forever to come back on. There you go, cheating on me again, you harlot. I heard, yeah. Yeah. You paying because I lost my job and I haven't sold shit yet. Oh yeah, if you need a cutting board though, hit up Cursed. Cursed cutting boards are fire. We gonna get the power right. Yes, sir. We are. I think it's this way. I'm calling Thor as we speak. Please. He needs to do something. He needs to do something. The storm yesterday was crazy. Outside, you know in Ocarina of Time when you become adult Link and you go to the castle and you hear the wind going like... That's how it sounded last night. It was concerning. Yeah, that's how it sounded outside my house yesterday. It was crazy. So it's storming in Texas right now? Now it's a perfectly sunny day. But yesterday it was. Do I just run through here? Let's see what happens if I run through here. I feel like I'm going to die if I run through here, but we got to try it. My friend's homie wants me to make him a gold-themed river table when his new house is finished being built. So that should be a good bit of income and exposure for furniture. That'd be cool. I'm locking you back in the basement.
There's someone in the sewers. Release
Oh.
access is restricted. Enter follow.
That sounds fire for it. It does, doesn't it? Hold on. Leave me alone. Where do I get the code? The doc prescribed these follows. Y'all as wild, hilarious legends. Aren't they? They're the best, though, for real. They are the best. They never fail to make me laugh. Oh, we have to just blow this up. I don't know why I didn't see that before. There we go. We did it. John's scary, though. He's something else. I've been thinking you're talking to Dr. Disrespect. I just realized. Special type of breed. He is. He is. Snow's so funny. Get out of here. Yeah, we kind of just try to keep him on a short leash. Exactly. One thing Doc and I can agree on. Personal log.
Humans are scurrying like vermin out in the asteroid belt. Is anywhere safe from them? We should arm a mission to flush them all out.
Scan. Okay. No code.
I hear humans are scurrying like vermin out in the asteroid belt.
Yeah, we are.
Anywhere safe from them?
I don't think John should have a leash. Jesus. True. I think he wants the leash. That's a good point. Motherfucker doesn't need to see daylight. PS3 or 360? For what? I had both. So I had both consoles.
They wanted to slam an asteroid.
Which did you prefer?
Do that? What difference does it
I think I liked my 360 more, if I remember correctly. But that's also because I was a big Gears of War fan, so I like Gears a lot. Fuck you, Skratsx. On PS3, all I played was like, yeah, Gears was gas, bruh. Gears was gas. I looked into Redfall the other day. Turns out Bethesda is just publishing the game. Arcane Studios is developing it. Okay. So how are you feeling about it now, Glitch? How are you feeling about it? I think the best part of PS3 was its later years when they were pushing out classic exclusives. True. Last midnight release I've been to is when we used to do those. Do you remember when, I don't know if you do, when we used to have to stand outside of stores? You weren't using PS3's web browser? I wasn't. Gears single player was fire, multiplayer was trash. It was. I only played single player back then, to be honest. I only played single. Yep, yeah, we used to have to stand outside. Those were the good times. Call of Duty midnight release got me out at the first speeding ticket when I worked at Blockbuster. Yeah, like, those times were so fun. Now we don't have that. Gears of War Judgment was the best one was the last one you went to? I'm trying to think, what was the last time I stood outside? I remember seeing the lines when the Xbox 360 came out. That shit was crazy. They made Deathloop, and I think it's a pretty good game, so I have higher hopes this time. Luckily, we don't have to drop $70 on it, you know? That's the good thing. You don't have to drop $70 on it, and then it sucks. I like that it's on Game Pass. The last midnight launch I went to was for when Skyrim dropped. That's a good one. Deathloop is fire. I gotta finish it. I haven't played Deathloop, I don't think. The real rumored game worth talking about right now is CS2. There is a CSGO 2 dropping, isn't there? Dude saw the full-size countdown cutout in my back seat, came back and said, I'm giving you a warning, and my gamer tag is on the back. CSGO 2 is coming out, isn't it? I keep hearing that. I will grind the fucking shit out of CS2. CSGO 2. Right? I keep hearing Counter-Strike 2, yeah. Because I found it odd because right now it's having higher viewership than it's had in a long time. And there's a new one coming. Apparently. CSGO 2. It's not Global Offensive? Oh, it's just CS2. You're right. It's Counter-Strike 2. You're right, you're right. That was my fault. I just always think about it as being CSGO. You know? One Deegs. Is it a good game? Counter-Strike is one of the more popular games out. How the fuck do I... Nothing hits like CS matches. I haven't played in so long. Go only came after stream went live server. Oh. That's kind of when I found it. I was never good at it. I'm not great. I'm pretty mid. I'm not gonna lie. Steam. What platform? PC. It's a PC game. What? Okay. Why is it being like this? Yeah. Counter-Strike is different. I feel like, I was going to say if you like Valorant, you'll like it, which is kind of true. I was a demon at OG Counter-Strike. I didn't play until Go came out, to be fair. I shit on people, way too powerful. Probably why I don't know much about it. I've only recently started. Yeah. Counter-Strike, it's kind of like Valorant, but it's obviously the OG. Valorant took a lot from them. Oh shit. This was back when games came with a Steam key in the box. Heard Val? What we talking about? CS2, the new Counter-Strike. That's literally the only reason I mentioned it is because it's a good example of Counter-Strike. Oh yeah, I haven't played that game in like a decade, and I hopped in a few weeks ago and still went 42-3. Jesus, dog. Yeah, you're a god at that game. Yeah, you're a Val kid. We know you're a Val kid. Yo, Jaden, while I have you here, what is this I was seeing about like all these players getting banned? Val's just League, Overwatch, and CSGO combined. Yeah, exactly. Dead Island 2? Yo, I loved Dead Island, bruh. Dead Island was fun. The original one was fun. Fuck Kulo. What did he do? I saw something about he cheated and got a whole bunch of players banned. Like Keynote and a bunch of other people. Oh, what am I doing here? I need to pay attention. So Dead Island 2 has taken so fucking long to drop. Yeah. Like, Dead Island was, what? Xbox 360, PS3 days. It changed developers like 4 times? Damn. It's dropping in April? I actually really enjoyed Dead Island. So Kulo is cheating and we queued customs. Okay? And then he got on the Keynote and Extra, let him use the account not knowing he was cheating. What the fuck? Wait, so they got banned because they account shared and he was cheating on their accounts? And they got clipped. That's kind of fucked. Damn. Because I saw that yesterday on Twitter and I was like, what the fuck is going on? Why'd they get banned because he's cheating? Bro, what are we supposed to do here? I'd be mad as hell. Did he ask to use your account too? Or no? Riot has a thing where you can't account share and you can't queue with cheaters. Why would you ever account share? Yeah. I don't know that nigga. Okay. Yeah, I would never share my account. That just sounds stupid. Kurt, a lot do. What was he ranking for them? That's not why they got looked at first. People account share for elo boosting. So it was the cheats. That's why they got banned. What am I supposed to do here? It was both. Yeah, so their accounts are just gone. Yeah, they're done. They're done, right? Cheats in they found more than one IP. Yeah, they're done. Kino got unbanned? Good for Kino. Extra though, I saw he was like, goodbye Valorant. I normally do it to queue with friends and use skins. Because I just don't trust people enough to share my account like that. I'd rather just try to do it myself and just eventually get good enough. Bro, what are we doing here? No one ever touched my account? Yeah, keep it that way. Yeah, like, I'd rather just do it myself and just get to the point where my account is high. If we can't play, we can't play. I don't mind letting people use it. Getting my account back isn't hard. I mean, you're bolder than me, to be honest. If you account share to have someone else power level, that's cheating in my opinion. You're not the person doing it. You're using someone to gain sort of an advantage. That's how I think about it. I think Keynote got him banned so quick because of rage. He's in Discord pissed at Kulo. Give me an overrated game. Ooh. What game do I... Let me look at the Twitch boards. What game do I think is overrated? Yeah, Call of Duty. Call of Duty 2K. That's easy, but I want something better. I want something better. Like, look at this, bro. We were just talking about 226,000 viewers on Counter-Strike. Oh, Diablo 4's up. Halo. Yeah, now that Strange Sea's not in here. Halo. Low-key. I know Jaden's not going to like it. Valorant. I feel Valorant's overrated, but that's just me. Oh, let's see. Call of Duty. Val Compy, yeah. I don't think Destiny has a lot of hype. No, it just had, when that pack came out, it did, but not now. I think Valorant, Fortnite a little bit, GTA 5. That's because of role play, though. Like, I don't really count that. That's people are watching for, like, role play stuff. Recoil, reset faster. I don't know what's going to happen with the new one. But Call of Duty is going to be my number one. Tarkov, too, low-key. Tarkov. I think the ranking system is decent in Valorant. I used to get paid for boosts, but they basically deranked immediately. Get out. Apex is smooth as fuck. I haven't played Apex in a long time. I haven't played since, like, when it first dropped. Tarkov is overrated? Yeah. Tarkov all day, bruh. I only play to hang out with friends now. That's understandable. I keep doing it. This is not the answer. Craziest news is orgasm fast and you can kill someone in Apex. I haven't played in forever. But I think, like, Valorant seems... No, COD shitty, TT. Yeah. COD... I hear now... What? There's a shotgun that's pretty bad. I don't know what I'm supposed to do for this. Let's see. I'm just looking it up. JJ, you play Val? Time to kill in Val's higher than Apex. Nigga, it's not. Apex, Fortnite, PUBG. Man, I haven't heard PUBG in so long. Is PUBG still getting updates? Is PUBG still getting updates? I haven't seen it. Val TDK, quick. If you put your hands on me, I'm 100% coming faster than a kill in Unreal Tournament with instant gift turn on. Vandal is one tap with a headshot. Here we go. You activated the Val nerd. Here he goes. Here he goes. Where's the puzzle? That's all I need. You want me chill out? Vehicles on an elevator. There should be a button down where you can access it to lower the vehicle. Let me see. I guess I have to lower it. Man, Unreal Tournament. I haven't heard about that in a while. Rocket League best game though. I lied. Here we go, bro. Just chill, bro. Valorant is. I played it a little, but just couldn't get it. Yeah. You know what the thing about Valorant is? The game is too long, bro. For me. For me. Oh. This is what I had to do. Apex is shit. It says Rocket League is best game. Yeah. Don't get him started. I said I lied. Just Valorant. Valorant takes so long. That's one of my things. It takes way too long for me. I tried it for a little bit. But I also just didn't feel like leveling that much. I understand why people don't like Val. Game time, less movement and shit, yeah. It takes too much patience and stuff. There's nothing bad about it, in my opinion. I just couldn't get into it. I hate having to learn new maps and learning all the peek angles. Yeah. Learn it, then shit on people. Yeah. I just don't have the time to put in as much time as you put into it. I feel like if I would have gotten into it early, probably. I used to teach people stuff. That's actually a good business. Okay, I'll be back. All right, Kirst.
So why should let you go destroy the relay then? Just destroy the system.
What do you want to be, Batarian? Torturing me won't save you.
No, but it would.
Most of the time, they were close friends, so I didn't care about pay, though. I need Diamond and Val this episode. Get it. Damn.
Who are you? What are you doing?
Dr. Kenson, I'm Commander Shepard.
Damn.
I'm here to get you out.
Shepard is throwing hands.
Commander Shepard, I'd heard you were alive. Hackett must have received my message.
We're not safe here. Can you walk?
Got him.
I'm fine. Just give me a moment.
We have to go. Now.
If I ever get back on Val, I'll hit you up, JJ. Yeah, he plays a lot.
Make us an escape path.
That's like his mainstream game. Let's see what his top clip is.
Then we'll find one. Go.
I'll see it in a second. I be 3-stacking a lot, so we'll see. Let's see. What is it? Golf?
Good? I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it.
I wasn't expecting to see golf. Val needs to step down. CSGO already has more viewers than Val right now. Oh shit, she's dying.
Bro. I'm getting trolled. I'm getting trolled.
Where'd she go?
Chat. I'm getting trolled. I'm getting trolled.
I was editing. Oh. CS has the players, not the viewers. Right now, I mean today, I've just heard like right now, CSGO has 226,000 viewers. I fucks with some CSGO though, I can't lie. 226K. And Valorant, they have double right now. I don't know what's going on today though. Is there a tournament? If I play CSGO and get into it, my Val mechanic's gonna be fucked? Probably. That's because it's just it's different. Because Valorant's just like a mashup of multiple games put together. Where CSGO, you know. Is there a tournament going on? No? Oh, there is a tournament going on. Yeah, there is. There is a tournament. That's probably why. Recoil reset takes longer in CSGO, so I would want to commit to fights more and some more shit. It's relatively the same. When I play CSGO, my headshot and Valorant spike. Like, normally I have 30% headshot percentage in Val, but after a few games of CSGO, I have 50 plus. If you can flick shots, you're good. You should try it, bro. You may like it. You may like it. You should try it. When is CS2 coming? That's my real question.
This is a cell block. There should be a console here somewhere.
I need to reload. I didn't save the doc health. She's out here being stupid. Like, look how much... She needs to heal. She's just being dumb. Yeah, heal up, Doc. I'm from Counter-Strike Source Days. Well, wait till Counter-Strike 2 comes out. That's ultimately what you gotta see. Oh, does she have... I can't upgrade my squad. What's she talking? I'm from the Source Days and beyond. Yeah, Doc is good. 42 and 3 is crazy. I'll let someone else play it first and we'll decide if I play. I mean, that's fair. I'm basically down to play anything, to be honest. Get some mana culture.
There should be a security console here somewhere.
Access is restricted. Enter authorization code. Grabbing cover.
Incoming!
She's just taking shots for no reason, bro. Like, look at her positioning.
Heading to cover.
Yeah, thank you. Quake and Unreal turning with the shit. I remember a little bit of Quake, but I didn't play Unreal. I don't remember playing Unreal. Bro, Unreal goated? Is it? Oh shit.
Deploying flammables.
But I was a console kid for a little bit. Yeah, Jaden, you're too young, bro. Gen Z, yeah, he's only 17. Like, he's too young. So no one gonna answer? Just Google it, bro. Like, hold on. OG FPS? Willy Wonka of FPS. I feel like if you were old enough, Jaden, you probably would have played them, to be honest with you. I think you would have played them. Security console. We found it.
They know we're here. Keep them off me while I hack us a way out.
Got you. Hack away, bud. Shit made team deathmatch and capture the flag. Shit. I miss capture the flag game modes. I kind of wish that every game wasn't trying to be BRs and shit. I'll be real. I feel like now everyone's just doing BRs.
Keep them out. They're coming through
But like, I get that BR is a cool game mode, but not every game needs to be fucking BRs. The finals is capture the flag. I wish I had access to it. I would love to try it. I'm really interested in the finals. It looks fun as hell. I've seen a few people play it, but I just don't have access. Animal Crossing VR, could you imagine? Who has the best villager? Who has the best villager? Easy. Without abilities, you can watch the skill grab grow. Yeah, you really do. My villager, yes.
Close the door we came in through. Keep them out.
Oh shit. Yeah, I died. I died here. I got out of position. That's my bad. Oh, we're good. We're good. I thought I was dead. Now has a good balance of abilities, so I don't mind them. I feel like that's what became the issue with Overwatch too. You dead?
Get that door closed.
What the fuck? I have to close the door now? Overwatch abilities aren't bad, balancing is bad. Yeah. The balancing is bad. I remember I used to love Overwatch, bro. I used to absolutely love it. Yeah, we're gonna die at this rate. Oh, I have to go to the door and... Okay. I got it.
They're coming through that door in the back.
Thanks, Doc. I get it. I'm going. Where's the door? Oh, I see it. I see exactly what... Wow, this person was really going for it.
They're coming through that door in the back. Lock
I
it down.
get it. I'm running for the door.
They're coming up from below.
Jesus, bro.
Other side, go.
Got it. Stuck. I feel like the finals is gonna be so fun. I actually really want to play that game. I'm jealous of everyone that has finals had like 3 patches in beta. The finals makes me mad though. Why? Why does it make you mad? What happened?
Unlocking all doors to the hangar. Still need more time.
How much time do you need? Missing a brain play site. Oh shit. Come on, Shepard. How much time does she need? It looks fun though. The mechanics look awesome. I wish I had access. It's fun though. It looks fun. I wonder when like it's actually. I think the finals looks pretty good. The cash system it has is fire. Don't you like take cash with you to different rounds? I gotta switch.
Bringing down their orbital tracking network.
Okay, come on. You can use my burner steam. I may have to.
Watch the other side. More enemies on the elevators.
Elevators. What fucking elevator? To be honest, I'm waiting for BRs to die. Yeah, I feel like too many people kind of rely on BR now. They're like, oh, Fortnite and Call of Duty and PUBG, really, people really love those. Let's keep making BRs. You know? You take vaults that have cash in the cash out spots where it takes time to give your team money. I think that's gonna be fun. I just hate how everyone's kind of copying each other. The team with the most money wins.
Almost done.
She is taking so long. Like, damn. Like, I'm ready to grind that game. Like, that's gonna be fun. I think that game's gonna be so good. I get competitive, same. That's why I don't really play them on stream. I don't want to be sitting here just salty as hell. You know? I'll be sitting here in a quiet rage. Where the hell was I getting shot from? See, I'm not quiet. A quiet rage. Yeah, like I'll just be sitting here. I'll be sitting here kind of like, I'll get mad and I'll be a quiet rage. Then I'll start like yelling and slamming my desk and shit. And then everyone will be like, wow, we didn't see this coming. You know? I just scream into the mic and everyone loves it. That could be me. It depends on how mad I get. It really depends. My rage is anything but quiet. Get the ammo. Pick it up, Shepard.
That did it. Let's move.
Finally. Everyone in my house hears when I'm mad? Yeah. It depends on how mad I'm getting. Where are we going? I get you though. I could def get mad, but that's when you have to step back and say it doesn't even matter. True. True. Yeah, I'm kind of like an ultra competitive type. I've always been like that.
The hangar doors are hard locked.
If they were like money tournaments, that's different. Oh, 100%. Then everyone's hearing it. Run, Shep. This doctor sucks. I do have an N-word permission. No, you do not have an N-word permission. No, you do not. No. We don't give out the pass here. No. I don't know if I tried my hardest during money tournaments. Doc, what are you doing? Get behind cover. She's gonna die because she's too aggro. Listen, here's the thing. I've been entertaining first, but my anger won't get the best of me on stream. If it does, it'll only come out and not stay out. That's true. You left me in comments. I'm brown though. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. No. God damn it, Sora. No, I dead have ended because I was pissed. Yes, you have. Every time he play, anger can be content. That's how I discovered XQC back in the Overwatch days. Just don't be a salty child. True. Back in the Overwatch days, I used to love how mad XQC would get. That shit was so funny to me. And a good Tim the Tatman Rage compilation. I don't know if you've seen Oversalt. That's one of the best videos on there. All my anger's content. Dr. Disrespect does anger well. You can turn to a salty child, and I'm calling you ninja. Yeah. Yeah. See, it also depends on who my teammates are. I can pretty much balance my teammates out. Not in a racist sense, like a friendly. No, Lumpy. No. Oh, I didn't know she had She's taking so much damage. What is she doing? Sora just like me. You guys mind if I say racist shit, but not in like a racist way? Yeah, like no. No. You know? You just getting here now? Board the shuttle.
We have to break the locks on the bay doors.
Holy shit, bro. Where are the bay doors? Y'all remember when Skratsx got called a moon cricket? Yeah.
I'll take it.
If y'all ever make a racist tier list, put me up there with Uncle Ruckus. Sora, were you in here when I talked about how that show was getting a reboot and then it got canceled? You know? That shit was wild. Yeah. Yeah, so they were talking about bringing that show back. And then it got canned because it's taking too long, apparently. They said they were bringing Boondocks back, but it took too long. We go now, or? Oh. Think we're good now? As I saw you steal a granola bar yesterday. I haven't had a granola bar in God knows how long, to be honest with you. There's some strong niggatry at work here. I love Uncle Ruckus, bro. He was so funny to me. Don't let them new niggas over there. Uncle Ruckus might go. He was so funny, bro.
Engaging autopilot.
Oh, Uncle Ruckus was so funny. He was so funny.
Do you think they'll come after you?
I love when Ruckus was Santa Claus. Do you remember that one?
Kindly to humans who plan to destroy their mass relays.
God, that was so funny.
Charges against you are true.
Well, to be fair,
I told kids in my class I was racist, and now they're my friends. Wow. Look at that. Bringing people together, huh?
I guess you found something.
We found proof that the Reapers will be arriving in this system.
Why are her eyes so close together?
They'll use its
The most out-of-pocket character ever. 100%.
We call it the
One slur at a time.
The Reapers can invade anywhere in the galaxy.
If you share your feet pics with me, I will not be racist. I mean, look, that's just not... It's just not happening, bruh. I love the Stink Meter episode. God, I love him. Yeah, her eyes are, like... His eyes are funny, but her eyes are way too close together. Look at them. Look at her eyes.
Before the Reapers could arrive.
Like,
of course, the result
look at them.
Would probably
They're so close. Who designed her?
I don't see how you learned about this supposed invasion.
The evidence came from what we call Object Row.
I will spread hate about your kind otherwise. I mean, so many people do. It's not like we're not hated, you know? Even from the side profile, they're too close.
The stakes are too high. If you were willing to destroy
I do it best.
I want to see your proof.
I guess I
Look at him.
Give me a moment. Kenson to Project Base.
Good to hear your voice, Doctor. You coming home?
Affirmative. And I've got Commander Shepard with me.
Shepard? Really?
Nah, I'm
Tidy up
better.
lab. The commander needs to confirm the artifact.
You don't know me.
I'll get everything
Okay.
for your arrival. Project Base out.
Bro, this streaming game way too addicting. I love y'all. I do. I do. Like, this is so much fun. No offense at all, but her syndrome is down, but her drip is up. If y'all ever need someone to harass someone, hit me up. Behind every racist white woman is a mountain of BBC porn. True. True. I do love streaming, man. It's so much fun. You guys are so cool. Funny as hell, bruh. And Apocalypse is spitting. He's spitting. He's right. Funny? Yes. Yes. Except for those TikToks you sent me yesterday. Those were not funny. For our communities, make it worth it. 100%.
Welcome.
I'm okay. You lying ass motherfucker. Are you serious, bruh?
When that gets to 0,
I am not lying.
Reapers will have come. Just over 2 days and counting. Puts things in perspective, doesn't it?
The thing that I'm waiting for, because no one in TikTok really notices it, but sometimes I'll be talking about something completely different, but the comments are just saying like wild stuff. And I'm waiting for someone to be like, no one's going to talk about these comments. You know? Weapons locker. Skratsx? Yes. What? What? You want to see Santa? Nah. Me and Santa got beef, bruh. When I was a poor kid, Santa was nowhere to be found. You know? He abandoned me. Santa abandoned me as a kid. You know? Okay, they gave us power cells. That means shit's about to get crazy.
Door at the end of that corridor to your left.
W Santa. It's just because you other black kids got it. I saw the black kids get Santa. Not me. Always the race car. You know? Like, other kids got Santa.
Take to get the project back up.
I didn't.
Everything was in place when we were arrested.
I never got it.
It wasn't a question of could we.
Well, I got it sometimes, but like later on in life, it's them white people. Uncle Ruckus played Santa. Yeah, he did. That's why I didn't get anything. Unfortunate. I was the kid that went up to the other kids and told them Santa ain't real. My mom used to have to get, you know who used to do that? Lev. Lev did that, right? And my mom had to give her, she used to go like, look, I fucked with Santa, but that whole cookie and milk shit upset me. I wanted that shit. I can see that. I'd be like, why he get it? Why he getting the cookies? Fat ass winter loving asshole. I'll be like, yo, I want it. Why Santa get it? Like, why they get it? Lump of coal for the little vine swingers, Uncle Ruckus.
What alternative do we have?
I want you to react to the Santa I'll send you, but don't show it on stream. That means I'm not going to look at it. I'm going to guarantee you that I'm not opening those. Them was my cookies. I made those. Damn Santa. Damn Santa. I remember one time I wanted Heelys for Christmas from Santa, and Santa got me skates. I was mad as hell. I was like, what are these? You couldn't make extra cookies, Mom?
Probably the only chance we have.
I was like, I asked for Heelys. Why my shoes got 2 pairs of wheels? These are skates, Santa.
Commander Shepard.
I was so mad.
Give you Object Row.
Object Row, okay.
Reaper artifact just sitting here? Out in the open?
When we found it, it showed
Santa said, go fuck yourself low key. Yeah, he's like, you get what I get. Had enough of your shit. I must have been bad, but not bad enough for Cole.
Give you the proof you need.
Santa don't care what you want. You get what he brings. You know? And then they hit you with that. You get what you get. And don't throw a fit. Yo, what just happened? Santa.
I can't let you start the project, Shepard.
Oh, God. It's always the people with the close together eyes. Look at her. I knew I couldn't trust her with them close together eyes. Yo, I sent you on Discord. It's always the ones with the close together eyes, bro.
Take him down.
You racist ass. Like, damn, she's just mad because she can fully see her nose. Okay, this is not good. We're surrounded. We are surrounded. We have to run. This way. Okay. Grenade. Love that. Yeah. Stop. Like, ain't no way you got betrayed by that cross-eyed bitch. She really thought she could take you. She's out here like, yeah, I shouldn't be able to see my nose. What just happened? Oh, I was meant to die. They were everywhere. There was nothing I could do there. She missed her shot because she was seeing double. Yo,
Take
what?
him to the med bay and patch him up. We want Shepard alive.
Like, Jesus, bruh. I knew I couldn't trust her. Watch Santa on DC? Yeah, it's just not happening, bro. It's not happening. Yo, where are we?
No glitch. The sedatives aren't working. Security!
Got hands. Got hands. Oh, she thinks she's safe. Escape captivity? Find a way to escape the med bay. Bet. She thinks she's safe. But I'm getting out of here. Okay? We're not just running straight through. Where's my stuff?
Security, I need backup in the med bay.
Yep. Got him. Bro, I can't wait for sending this here. I'm gonna bring that ass and eBay him. You got to. You gotta bag him.
Engaged.
You have to. You have to make the best cookies and bait him out. You know Shepard. He's real.
Threat detected.
They're gonna be like, oh no! The secret's out! Uh-oh. Look at this. Look at that. Boom. We're letting Shepard out. Open up. Oh. Boom. Can't. I live with Wi-Fi. Exactly.
All available personnel to the medical wing.
The project is almost complete.
Where's my stuff?
Sense of accomplishment, but instead, I feel dread.
We need to get a weapon.
I can't help but think we're doing something terrible.
Datapad, need that. Need that.
Shepherd's been sedated constantly for 2 days now. We've had to increase each dosage. It seemed like Shepard was waking up a moment ago, but it could be a glitch in the
Like telling a shark to imagine not swimming. Yeah, now with Wi-Fi, if this was like the 90s, I'd be fine without Wi-Fi. Now, no shot. No shot.
I woke up this morning in a cold sweat. The nightmare was bad.
I need a weapon. Is there a weapon? I guess we're just using straight hands. We're gonna have to be using straight hands on this one.
Even now I can see it in my mind. Why won't this stop?
Oh, we're good. We got all my stuff back. It's up now.
Much time. I have to get this asteroid moving and get the hell out of here.
If all the internet went away for more than 24 hours, it would be chaos in the streets. 100%. Could you imagine how people would freak out? Wait. We don't talk like that. Shepard got that dog in him. I'm saying. I'm locking the door and smoking through it. You kind of have to. You have to. Actually, we're going to change SMGs. Yeah, that'll be fine. Shepard's got this. Quick save. I remember that. Hackers. Got it. I know how much it costs to replace each door in my home. I will shoot through shit. You're gonna have people get crazy. With no Wi-Fi, that'd be wild. Alright, here they come. Reef. When civilization falls, it will fall fast. We based our lives around relying on material. We did. Stupidly enough. Stupidly enough, we did. Got him. You. I missed. Yeah, good try, buddy.
Shepard's past them. All personnel, get in there.
Lurk, have a good lurk, Gravity. BRB, got you. Let's be honest.
Secure the project control room. Do not let Shepard in there.
All the snowflakes and vegans, they gone. Especially vegans. Especially vegans. Got him. Boom. They going first? Yep. It's gonna be like a survival of the fittest type thing, you know. We're getting back to our evolutionary roots. Okay, we can't go that way. We have to go this way.
Shepard's in the living quarters. Seal off project control.
Stop Shepard now!
Yeah, good luck. Not so tough when it's 2v1, huh? Not so tough. Bye. Haha. Boom. Not so tough when it's 4v1. Give me them parts. Where am I going? This way. Got ammo. Perfect. Open the door. Let's go.
Shepard is tearing us apart.
You damn right Shepard's tearing you apart.
Get in there.
Oh shit. Shepard. Let's use a sniper. We need that. Might become affiliated with a beard company? Yo, that's so cool. You should. Your beard's glorious. It's a glorious beard. Oh shit. He's alive still? Where did he come from? Yeah, we're dead here. Where did he come from? Got my eyes set on sponsorship soon? That'd be so cool. That's fire. Congratulations. That's so cool. The doc is going to work. You damn right. You damn right. Well deserved, for real. You have a glorious beard and an awesome community. When you put those two together, you get magic. Pure magic. Okay? Grenade. Stand up. That it? Bar? That was a bar, wasn't it? That was a bar. We have ammo? Okay, we got ammo. Good ammo refresh. What research log? Did I miss a research log? Oh, it's right here. Are you on Project Overlord or the same DLC? Same DLC. We're trying to escape. About to get heated next Friday? Yes, yeah, get ready. You know, we give you a little break. We give you a little break to recover, and then next week, boom, right back to it. I'm fighting y'all dead ass. It's gonna be interesting. I cannot wait. Stand up, bro. Oh, shit. Where did that come from? Where did the fire come from? I swear to God, if McDonald's gets higher than a D, oh, it's going down. It's gonna get crazy next week. Reeve. Got her. Take that armor off, girl.
You won't get through here, Shepard.
Oh, I will. I give it a C, actually. Okay. I can see it. I can see it being there. The only one I'll be really mad at, if like, Wendy's gets super low, I'll be mad. KFC, Popeyes suck, D. Arby's, if Arby's gets above a fucking D, Popeyes gotta be the GOAT. I fucking love Popeyes, bro. Popeyes is good. I love Popeyes. I don't know where I'd put it, though. He's down. Got him. He's down. Look at that. You're not getting in here, Shepard. I'm in. Where do you live around? Because Popeyes near me is little dog shit. I think, so a lot of these location stuff, like Waffle House or churches, Cockroach infested ass nonsense. Like, my Popeyes is really good.
We simply don't know enough about what the Reapers want.
Okay.
It's foolish to assume that the Reapers mean
Open the door. Another straightaway. Another straightaway. It's like Waffle House, right? Like, if you go to a clean Waffle House, you know it's not about to be good. That chicken sandwich came out phenomenal. All I think about when I think about Popeye's chicken sandwiches is Illuminati. I don't know if you've seen that video. I'm not a big fast food person. I'm comfortable with chicken Wendy's. Chick-fil-A and Wendy's, I agree with you, Doc. Go. Go. I fucking love Wendy's. Got him. The way I think about it, take Subway, for example. Uh-huh. Is that a flamethrower guy? Yep, it is. Gotta take him out. No! Oh, thank God. But I probably drop Poppies to A tier if I have to. You can get a grinder for like 12 bucks. Go to Big Y near me, grocery store. And they can make you a bigger one, better one, and chips and water for 8 bucks. A lot of fast food places are overcharging. Like, someone was talking the other day about wings from a grocery store versus, like, if you go to a wing place, right? And how, like, a wing place, you're paying, like, what? $15, $20 for that? Whereas, oh, shit. Whereas, like, we gotta run. Fuck. Whereas, like, in a regular store, right, you get them for cheaper. Yep, Five Guys, yeah. So a lot of places tax you on the food. Holy shit. Okay, you're just not taking cover there, huh, Shepard? Five Guys is really good, though? It is. I also live near mad food places, like entire strips of food. That does help. Where's that fucking fire guy? Gotta take that fire guy out. Bro, Five Guys peanut butter milkshake? I haven't had that one. Will consume your life. The grilled cheeseburger there is amazing. Got him. Yeah, nice try. Take her shields out. That's one. Got him. Jesus, her gun is strong. Got her. Jesus. I prefer to pay that over a double solid ass burger with everything on it and a bag of Cajun fries than 15 bucks at shitty ass McDonald's. Five Guys is better than McDonald's. All day. All day. Did I get everybody? Engine control. Where was the button? Firm believer in that? You do get what you pay for. I 100% agree with that. You want the dollar menu? You get the dollar menu type deal. True. I do agree that you get what you pay for. I do prefer to pay for the quality. Five Guys is so good. Five Guys, 5 big guys, and they bust on my eyes.
Alert. All colonists living in the Bahak system. This is...
Shepard, no. Do you have any idea what you've done?
I will always pay for the quality more than ask quantity. Now, there are exceptions.
It must be destroyed.
Tell me where to find Dr. Amanda Kenson.
Dr. Kenson is traveling
Nah, man, that whole bag of fries thing is just a cover-up to make it seem like you're getting your money's worth. But really, they just made you pay for a $20 burger. It's good though. Yeah, like I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it there. Where do I go now? Jesus, this is a lot of fight. Okay, you go to a restaurant and pay the same shit. That's true. I wonder if they have like a chain restaurant list that we should do. Like with like Applebee's and Chili's and shit. You know? The burger's still way bigger and way better than thin-ass other burgers. That's true. I fuck with Five Guys. I know that they're getting me. I don't ever think, oh, look how nice of them. They gave me extra fries. I assume that was in the cost.
Don't try to stop me, Shepard. I have to do this.
That's true. Can't argue with that. Yeah.
I've already activated the project. We can still escape this rock.
Shit, Starbucks is getting me, but that coffee be cracked. See, I'm not a big coffee drinker, though.
There's no redemption for.
That's one thing I never got into. I always wanted to, but I just never got into it.
I will die, never having seen the Reaper's blessings, and you will just die.
See, it's always the close-eyed people, bro. If you can see your nose, I just don't trust you like that. If I could drink only coffee and not die from dehydration, I would. I really wish I was a coffee drinker. I always thought coffee drinkers looked so cool. You can't trust me? Legate, I know your eyes are not, they're not that close together. You know what I'm saying? She doesn't even have to do this, like cross her eyes to see her nose. She just looks down. You know what I'm saying?
Keep him in there.
I'm not trapped. Watch. Alright, Legends, Doc out. I love y'all. This stream has been epic. Yo, Doc, thank you for stopping in, man. It was so fun having you in here. Don't forget Skratsx Sunday. I'll be there. I'll be there. I thought you meant if I could see my nose. No. And again, shout out to the Doc. A legend. Congrats on 300.
Enemy down.
Congrats on 300.
Just get out of the open. Get out of the open, Shep.
Recharging my shield.
Get him out!
Take her shield out. All right. Boom. Boom. Jesus, bro. The project engineer is the most annoying. Reload. All right, let's get this. Boom. Got her. Love that. Love that.
How do I stabilize the reactor core?
All automatic safety protocols have been overridden. To stabilize the reactor core,
This has been a really fun stream. I'm not even gonna lie.
control station. Manually insert cooling rod B from control station B. Doing so will stabilize the reactor core.
We did it.
Cooling rod A reinserted. Reactor cooling process has begun.
I need more time. Get in there.
Oh, I forgot I had my SMG out. I forgot. I'm exhausted from it. I'm glad it was fun. It has been fun. Next week's tier list won't be as long because we have less options. This has been a really good, like, I've had fun every stream, don't get me wrong. But this month stream, like the March streams, I feel like I've been at another level as of recent, you know? What the? We go this way. Fire. It has been. Like they've just felt like even better. And I'm glad to see that. I feel like we're like progressing. I've only been here since March. Yeah. But like February streams were cool. You know, there's nothing wrong with them. But I feel like the energy just feels different, you know? Yeah, Legate, you got here like end of Fallout, right? Oh wait, according to this, I've been here since February 28th. Yeah, you were here end of Fallout. Holy shit. Always this motherfucker, bro. Fuck him. Oh, they're over there. Yeah. You can see how long you follow someone? I think it's followage, but I have to look. I don't have the command set, I don't think. Click on your own name in the chat and it says it there. Oh. He's dead. Got him. I just feel like they've been extra good. You know what I mean? It won't let me. Let me see. Extra juicy. You know how it is. Oh, I can see. I can tell you. You've been following since February 17th. February 17th. So like mid-February.
Warning. Access to the reactor area is restricted.
Hey, yes sir.
I've got Shepard locked in the maintenance area, requesting backup.
We've been spotted.
Yes sir.
Security log overridden.
That was easy. They do need a jump button though. I don't like that I have to do... Oh shit, it's the fire motherfucker. Gotta take him down. Those people with fire are annoying as hell. I love their dying noises. Okay. Getting good elements. Up the elevator. Credits. Now, oh, through this door. Jesus, there's so many. Grenade. That's not doing much. Yeah, I knew that. Got him. Got him. In a year, I can prove my superiority by telling them, all them fucking losers, for not being in the first 200. Exactly. When I get VIPs, I'm VIPing all the OGs. I'm not even gonna lie to you. All the OGs. Because watch, in a year from now, this community's gonna be huge. Watch. It's gonna be a large community. Just watch. You know what I'm saying? Like it definitely will be. I'll say it every day. Every human on planet Earth will be following. I mean, that's a bit ambitious, but I'd say, like, think about it like this. If Kai can get 300k subs in 2 years, we can grow. You know what I'm saying? We could get a community going. I mean, we already have a community going, but you know what I'm saying? Yeah, like, we're going places for real. Just you wait. Holy. We are going places. Oh god, it's a fire motherfucker. Finish him! Finish him, Shepard! Jesus. Especially with the consistency. You know? Evening Twitch's tax and power with internet pricing. Have you even seen a sense of profit? Yeah. Last month I made like $150 off of Twitch. Like 150. So nothing crazy, but I mean, not bad for my second month, you know? Not bad for the second month. Was that more than the price of streaming? I guess technically, no. Not yet. But I mean, for me, I look at it as like, I'm just hanging out, right? And so, I wouldn't say we've broken even necessarily, but in terms of like, is it worth my time and everything like that? I say 100%. I love it. And right now, for me, it's not about profit at the moment. You know what I mean? Like, making my face look crazy. I'm not in it for the profit as of yet. Not that I'll ever really be like, if I don't like it, I won't do it, but I'm really enjoying myself. And so, as long as, you know, I'm having fun and you guys are having fun, it's worth it to me. You know? And I enjoy you guys. You want to end up like Deller? Yeah, I don't. You could tell at the, like, for Deller, it wasn't a whole lot of fun for him, unfortunately. Man, I haven't heard the name Deller in forever.
Step away from the reactor.
You've ruined everything.
But I do have goals, things I want to do with the community as the community grows.
Turn around.
You know?
Now.
You've taken them away from me. I will never see the Reaper.
I have some goals. I need to lower this.
All you had to do was stay asleep. None of this had to happen.
Kenson, you don't have to do this. We can get off this asteroid.
No, we cannot.
Oh shit. There's a clip of Deller saying he hates his fans, he hates streaming, and he only does it for rent money. Yeah, like, I won't do that. Trust me, that will never happen with me. I will stop if it gets to that point. Before I joined this, I was looking for a small gaming community that's cool to be in. All the other small groups were just not my style. I guess in big communities are cool, but it feels like it's so big that no one really communicates with each other. Only if they are already friends. Then I found you on TikTok and it was lit from there. Yo, I appreciate that. Give me all your money, I'm going to use it for gambling. I already used it on gambling. DraftKings killed me with the tournament. I appreciate that though. I'm glad to have you in here, Glitch, for real. That's one of the things I love. I love this community aspect. And it really is like we're friends here, you know? We're all friends.
The remaining escape shuttles will be located on the tower's landing pad.
I have to get to that comm tower and take a shuttle.
And like eventually it's gonna be a bigger community. But like we have our core locked in, you know what I'm saying? The core is locked. You know? Which I enjoy. There are some streamers that I've been watching for 3+ years, and they're only like 300 followers from all that time. I think some people just, I don't know, they either don't promote streams like that, or they're just not interested. Or maybe they're just not lucky. It does take like a bit of luck.
We can use this.
You know? Heavy skin weave? That sounds good. Yeah, we got our core locked in, you know? We're going places. We're gonna do cool shit. Like I have ideas for when we get more people in, and I think it'll be cool. I've like stolen ideas and things I like from other content creators that I've been watching for a while, and I want to implement them, and I think it'll be really cool. Didn't you have a viewer who began advertising in your chat? Yeah, and we banned him. we banned him. I saw it on TikTok. Stolen. Yeah, I still, you know, true artists steal, right? True artists steal. Yeah, I saw on TikTok. I think almost, like, everybody's found me from TikTok almost, right? Or a raid. Luck has a factor in this, but all those people who've been at 300 for years don't try to grow, they just stream. I'm currently working on learning algorithms, studying big, small, and just general content stuff. And the common factor I noticed for growing content creators is how they advertise. You advertise fairly well. Yo, I appreciate that. I didn't find you on TikTok. Did you just find me from the game category? I'm trying. I really want to learn more about the algorithm, because it frustrates me a little bit sometimes, but yeah. Yo, what's up, Zake? How are you? How goes it? Happy St. Patrick's Day. Are you doing anything cool? If there is anything that I notice you can do, definitely I'll DM you. I do appreciate that you do that. Like, it was Sora and Cursed who told me to make a VOD channel too. I have some documents on certain social medias and whatnot. Okay, cool. Like, Sora and Cursed were like, yo, make a VOD channel. And I like that. The VOD channel is cool. Jesus, bro. This is we're gonna die, aren't we? We're dying because this is taking too long. Where's my credit, JK? No, Legate's good too. Legate's good. I try not to think about it too much. I'm okay. Just confused because a kid who's streaming gave me mod because I was gentle with him and he has no followers. Yeah, that happens, you know. It happens. Legate, I'm not gonna lie, we'd still be Mass Effect 1 without Legate. Let's be real. Oh shit. That was such bad timing. That was such bad timing. You'd still be searching for the Normandy, 100%. I would be. Jesus. Got him. We 100% would be. But I'm still going to make him grow as a streamer because I believe in him. Awesome. What's his name? Is he streaming right now or no? All right, let's go. That's the thing I think is cool. So I'm just trying to let Shepard run a train on me. Oh, that's not a... How do I... Yeah, his name is Taxi Spoot. Okay, bad. Where do we go? Oh. With Garrus. Oh, yeah.
External comm channel open.
Shepard to Normandy. Joker, do you read me?
Oh, shit.
Shepard.
What I mean by credit is I recommend a Vaughn channel while... Oh, you did too, didn't you? You did. I'm still going to? I bet. Good. My fault, Legate. You did. You did. It was you, Sora, and Cursed.
Civilizations are doomed to fall. Your leaders will beg to be harvested.
Maybe you're right.
Yo, what's up, Awesome? How are you?
We can't win this.
Welcome in.
But we'll fight you regardless.
This dude hair, man? Yeah, you know how it is. Looking good, bro? Yo, I appreciate that, bro.
However,
I appreciate that. How are you? Happy St. Patrick's Day. Hope you're doing good.
And we will find a way. That's what humans do.
Know this as
you just need a sparkle filter. Damn, do I need to like install that?
Your species will fall.
I need to figure that out.
Prepare yourselves for the arrival.
That's the general, bro? Jesus.
Commander Shepard, Normandy.
I'm good, man. Making some protein oats. There you go. I'm gonna pinch you, Skratsx. I got green on. I got green on. If you don't have green on, you're getting pinched. You're not wearing green? I am wearing green. My hoodie's green. my hoodie's green. Lies? Look. It's not. It probably doesn't look green. It is green. I promise.
Get us out of here, Joker.
It's dark and it's dark green. Yeah. I got green on. I put green on specifically because I'm the pincher. I'll be damned if someone pinched me. Like, I'm right here. I'm ready. Locked and loaded. Oh my god, I'm wearing green. I didn't even know it was St. Patch Day. There you go. There you go. Good. Pinch. Pinching people. I'm trying to fuck y'all, not pitch y'all. Sorry, you wearing green? I have a nightmare of being pinched in preschool and not knowing what's going on. I remember those days. I got Rick and Morty pants on, so it's green because of the portal. There you go. Get your green on. Get your green in. Sora. Get your green in. We did it. We did it. Don't say that without backing it up. We did it. I purposely not wear green to see who gonna test me.
Looks like you've recovered.
Admiral Hackett.
Sounds like you went through hell down there. How are you feeling?
Fine. No more visions, if that's what you mean.
I spin on my ops daily. I'll test you.
You went out there as a favor to me. I decided to...
I just took my green off. I got you, awesome. Here.
Before the mass relay exploded and
I
destroyed
got you.
the entire Batarian system. What the hell happened out there, Commander?
What you gonna do about it, boy? I think this chat might take my cake as the horniest chat I've ever seen. Oh, there's some worse. You ever been to a Bruce Drop 'em Off stream?
I confirmed.
I'm ready to die.
The Reapers were.
You been to a Bruce Drop 'em Off stream? When you hear knocking on your door later tonight, remember this message.
I started the engines.
No, his chat.
Left. I tried to warn
his chat.
Colony, but
there's more of them, to be fair. But
the Batarians report no survivors from Aratat. At least you tried.
I'm gonna give you a green tip and call it St. Patrick's Day. Oh God, what the fuck?
And you believe the Reaper invasion really was a threat?
No doubt about it. We literally had minutes to spare.
I'm sure all the details are in your report. I won't lie to you, Shepard. The Batarians will want blood, and there's just enough evidence for a witch hunt. And we don't want war with the Batarians.
We don't want war with them.
The collectors out there taking our colonists.
I'm putting it back on. Please don't hurt me.
You did what you did for the best of reasons, but there were more than 300.
After this Overlord, we may have to do that tomorrow. I'm not gonna lie to you.
They died to save trillions.
It was great. I missed the days on PlayStation when I would shit talk and someone read my address back to me. Oh, great days.
If it were up to me,
great times, you know.
Unfortunately, not everyone will see it that way.
Great times. I used to be that person.
So what do you suggest?
Evidence against you is shoddy at best. But at some point, you'll have to go to Earth and face the music. I can't stop it, but I can and will make them fight for it.
I tell them to come. I love it.
I'll gladly stand trial once this mission is done.
Glad to see you.
I should send people their family's personal Facebook accounts, home address, and phone number. Damn. You was like that.
Do whatever you have to do out here. But when Earth calls,
you are ready to shoot.
With your dress blues on, ready to take the hit. In the meantime, you keep this. I don't need to see a report to know you did the right thing.
There we go. W. Hackett.
Yes, sir.
A hacker, yeah, he was like that. Not ready to shoot, to fight. There we go. Dude, that's not cool. Some kid got it really bad because he told me his full name. I'm with Glitch, pull up. 100%. Okay, we got Iridium and stuff. Good. Good. Alright. I don't have squad points, do I? Oh, I have 4. There we go. Your shockwave power strengthens to become a biotic freight train, swatting aside everything along its path. I'm gonna go with heavy. Alright. So, tomorrow I'm doing Overlord. I'm doing Overlord tomorrow. So tomorrow we have... Do we do Overlord, Reaper, IFF, Tally? Is that the order, Legate? So we have at least 3 missions tomorrow. Yeah, okay. So we have 3 missions tomorrow. Literally, Legate, tell me tomorrow. If we're talking for more than an hour, clip this and remind me I said we're not talking for more than an hour. We're going to talk for an hour, if that, and we are getting this done. Because we got to move. We got games to play. I don't know how to clip. I'll clip it. I got you. Sure. Sure. Yeah, we'll see. I clipped it. Man, I'm late as hell. Oh, it's okay, Phyllis. I hope you're doing well. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But we're not ending until we have 3 missions done. All right? We're getting those done. What about Resident Evil next week? Yeah, that's why we got to move. That's why we have to move. I forgot Resident Evil's coming out next week. So, we got to move. We got to get through this game, Mass Effect 3, and then Resident Evil comes out, and we're going to try Resident Evil out. And then we got Red Dead. We got a schedule to keep. You know? I'm doing well. I'll be in the streams more once I get to Cali. How long are you in London for? Watch. Tomorrow, Legate, gameplay stream, I promise. Gameplay stream. Damn you, Resident Evil, keeping me away from my Red Dead. Do you like Resident Evil, Legate? Have you played it? I leave next Thursday. Okay. Okay. That's a good vacay, though. That's a pretty good vacay. Good length of time. I like Resident Evil 4 a lot. Yeah, we're going to play the remake. Because I've never in my life played Resident Evil. So we're going to play the remake. You know? We're going to do that. Yeah. So we're going to play that. And that comes out a week from today. So I need to buy it. Yes to Resident Evil. Yep, we're playing 4. So Resident Evil 4 is a very light horror game, not as bad as the later ones. Okay. Because what I'm planning on, you can play the demo now if you want, before the remake, it's 30 minutes. Everyone told me, Glitch, to go in blind. Are you going to play the demo? No, they told me I was asking about it, and they said play it blind. So I'm going in just blind playthrough. You know? Straight blind. Because I've never played a single one. So that'll be good. I heard the demo was out, but I think just going in completely blind, not knowing what to expect, will make it even more fun. You know? Yeah, blind playthrough sounds good. I think it'll be fun. Let me close all these tier lists. When I get home, I'll play the demo. That'll be good. Have you played before, Phyllis? I never played a single Resident Evil either. It's going to be fun. Awesome. What kind of games do you like? Like, what's your favorite? What's your favorite games? I have not. Oh, good. We're all first-timers. Well, not all of us, but we're first-timers. Same. We're first-timers. We'll get to experience this together. My computer catches on fire if I play a new game. Yep, we're Resident Evil virgins. Re-virgins. That's going to be the name of the stream. Re-virgins. You know? That's going to be my first one. And everyone says that's a good introduction, too. Isn't Virgin TOS now? Oh, yeah, that's true. We can't put that in the title. Never mind. My PC is so bad I used a hack PS4 with Linux. That's kind of cool. Virgin and Simp in TOS? It is? Okay, we're going to come up with a different word. I played the demo and it had me more nervous the whole sequence. I can't wait. I like Red Dead, Souls games, Fallout, and Skyrim. You're in luck. Because after Red Dead, that's how we do it. Re with a 1 and exclamation mark. We're playing Red Dead 2 after Resident Evil. Because I've never played Red Dead. And then I played Fallout for the first time on stream. And then we have New Vegas somewhere in there. Because I've never played New Vegas either. And I love Skyrim. And I can't wait for the Elden Ring DLC. You get a Gogwart. You know, so we got some games. We got a good schedule. You know, so if you'd like to stick around, you'll see them. You know, you will see them. We have a good schedule ahead, for sure. Nice. New Vegas, the best. Yep, we're gonna play it. I've never played it before, so we are definitely gonna do that. Yo, Phyllis, thanks for the bits. Why is everyone coming back at the end of stream? 13 views. Oh, it is what it is. You know we're taking those. I know exactly what we're gonna raid. We're gonna raid my boy Alu. He's streaming right now. That's a good schedule, to be honest. I think so too. I think so too. Short stream today. He's doing a short stream, so he's playing The Last of Us. He's playing The Last of Us, so we're gonna raid Alu. You know, Alu. He's almost at affiliate. We're getting him there. You know? How long do you stream? Usually about 4 or 5 hours. 4 or 5 hours. Sometimes longer. Sometimes long. Hey. Yo, awesome. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. Usually like 4 or 5 hours. I stream at the same time every single day. So I'm here every day. Thank you. Thank you. Sometimes I go longer. It kind of just depends. Today I just have stuff to do. But if you are not already, thank you. Join the Discord. And if you're not a Discord person, you can follow me there on the socials, you know. But yeah, awesome. I'm here every day from usually 10 to 2 or later. Kind of just depends on how we're feeling, you know. Today, we did our tier list of candy, you know. So if you like candy. I'm finally done with the queue for Diablo 4. Oh, are you about to play it? I got to know how that is. So I'm stopping in. We did that. Next week, we have, not this one, we have this tier list next week in like 20 minutes. Okay. I'll be like, all right, awesome. I will see you in there. Skratsx, I can't find your VOD channel. It is here. Exclamation mark VOD. So today's VOD will be out tomorrow at around 8 a.m. Central. Hey, thank you. Appreciate it. Absolutely. Absolutely. I try to get them up at about 8. You know, the VOD channel has literally every single stream that I've done. It's also in the description. Is it? Oh, in the title. I forgot I put that in there. Yeah. VOD channel's up. Every single one. Because YouTube, it would be up sooner, but YouTube takes forever. The VODs are in the About section. Oh, I didn't know I put them in there yet. But the VODs take forever to process. Vodka, what you doing in the stream? Getting drunk? Duh. But yeah. We are going to raid my boy Alu. You know what I'm saying? Drop Alu some follows. Enjoy his gameplay. We love Alu over here. Big member of the community too. You know? I appreciate y'all for spending time with me. Thank you. I love y'all. Appreciate y'all more than you know. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Same time, same place. Legate, just remind me, gameplay stream tomorrow. Gameplay. All right? I'll see y'all tomorrow. Peace. Bye. See y'all.